Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. First, I want to welcome you back. For those that came yesterday, yes, give us a round of applause if you feel yesterday was powerful and helpful to you. That's what we want to know. And you'll have an opportunity to give us your official feedback shortly after the summit. But good morning. We are grateful to have each and every one of you back. We know there's some accident issues on the freeway, so we were trying to give a few more people time to come, but we're going to get our program started because today is going to be just as impactful as yesterday. I guarantee it. We got some incredible presenters and with all kinds of great information. So without further ado, I'm going to bring up John Moy, and he's going to kick us off.
Good morning. That ain't a good morning. Say good morning. Morning. All right, y'all. My name is John Moy. I'm the Senior Director for Policy, and certainly, once again, thank you, Ms. Johnson. So, Nancy, regarding the list of issues that you listed that will be addressed under the infrastructure improvement, I want to highlight the goal of the infrastructure deal that addresses climate change. I think we would all agree that over this past weekend, we all got a taste of the discomforting heat wave that it brought all across the country. I was actually down in New Orleans, and let me tell you something. It was pretty toasty down there. The infrastructure bill devotes funding to make our systems resilient against the impact of climate change, cyber attacks, and extreme weather events. And as we all know, people of color are more likely to live in areas that are vulnerable to flooding and other climate change related weather events. The solutions to the problems will be an area that requires education and training to build a diverse workforce capable of implementing the infrastructure upgrades, including major investments in weatherization. These will be well-paying jobs that allow contractors in the workforce to not only make money, but to take pride in the role that they are playing to help our country move toward a strong and sustainable future. Day one of our summit surpassed our expectations. I think we all would agree. And I know that day two will do the same. So sit back and enjoy. And now it's my honor to present to us our chief sponsor and my friend, Angela Benjamin from Delta.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Day two. I am so very happy to be here. I can only agree that day one was, I think all that I expected and much more. For those of you who were not here on day one, don't worry. We still have a lot that, in store for you today. To start, I just want to introduce myself. I'm Angela Benjamin, and I lead Delta's Equity Outreach Strategies. Yesterday, I would say, was an amazing start to the conversation. It was important to set the foundation on the what so that we have a shared understanding of the opportunities at hand. I would say that I know I learned a lot. I hope you all did too, about the federal infrastructure funding. But what was valuable was that we weren't just putting together the pieces that we'd heard here and there. We were really streaming together the whole picture, the whole ecosystem. And so I do want to thank the Urban League, so Nancy, John, Ariel, and others for being so thoughtful with the first day's agenda. So just want to call out a few key takeaways. I won't be long. Yesterday, for those of you that were here, I kind of walked you through the Delta Equity mission and vision, but today just really want to center in a couple things about the fact that, we're at an inflection point. If we didn't know it before, I surely know it now. This is a moment that we need to take advantage of. We can't take this opportunity for granted. We have to act now, and there's much to do. But in that much to do, there's a piece for all of us. So I think that, hopefully you saw yourselves in the conversation yesterday. And I think hopefully today you'll see even more of as we get into the how, the what you can do about the what. And one other important takeaway that I got from yesterday is that our government leaders play a really important part, I would say even a critical role in the landscape of opportunities. So just want to say, I think I heard it from the beginning of the end of to the end of yesterday that voting matters. Your vote, my vote, and in fact, I would even say that this has turned into a call to action about mobilizing the vote, which I know is core to Urban League. So if you don't have a plan, and this is not a political statement, this is a life statement, that if you don't have a plan, I suggest that you get one around how we are going to mobilize the vote, because that will have a tremendous impact on the future. Yesterday, I received some comments about my presence. People were surprised I stayed. I stayed because this is an important initiative for Delta. We are committed. We're committed to all of our partnerships. We are especially committed to the Urban League of Greater Atlanta. And if you don't know that, I was happy to show that in my action yesterday. So I stayed because I wanted to be here. I wanted to learn. I wanted to network. I wanted to convene. And I look forward to doing the same today. Today, you will hear from a few Delta leaders. I don't know if any of them are in the room yet, but if not, they are on the way. And I do want to call out that they are not only a reflection of our values, but you'll also hear from them today the expectations around how all of our leaders engage and show and connect with each other. We have something called our most important behaviors, and I just want to mention them really quickly because I think they're important. A lot of you have come to me and you said you're a supplier and you have an interest in engaging with Delta. And so I do want to call out our behaviors because our behaviors are as important as, whatever your business strategy is. The first thing is that we put safety first always. Of course, we're an airline, and that certainly makes sense as you think about those, machines flying through the air. But we notice little things, like if you're walking around and you've got your face down and you're texting, and we happen to be engaging with you, but you have unsafe behaviors just in your day-to-day actions. I mean, that's a little thing, but when you're with Delta, you got to understand, safety is the highest priority, not just on the tarmac, but in our buildings, in our meetings, everywhere we go. When I send teams out to these types of events, I send a safety reminder, not because I'm expecting anything to go wrong, but because safety is core to who we are. It's very important. So I like to call that out because people sometimes miss that. Show up ready to win together every day. There's a saying, if you're not winning, you're learning, or if you're not, I forget how it goes, but it's something along those lines. And we certainly have days where we're learning more than winning, but we are out to win every day. So just want to call that out. We listen closely and communicate openly. We focus on continuous improvement and innovation. And in the space of flight, there's not always a ton of innovation, but in the space of customer experience and customer care, there's a lot of innovation happening all around us. So I just call that out as something that's important to us. Employee collaboration and teamwork are essential. We embrace DEI, and we talked a lot about that yesterday, so I won't harp on that again. Be courageous and optimistic. I think we have a glass half full attitude and culture. We seek to deliver a welcoming, elevated, and caring service and experience to our customers every day. And so again, I know that you all want to understand Delta and what matters most to us. Those are our rules of engagement. And I will tell you that style does matter. Our behaviors are the ultimate version of our how. I'm excited to be here today because the how is why we're here. The how is the game changer. So I just gave you a little bit of the Delta how, but we're going to get back to talking about the how around this infrastructure bill. And I just want to call out that, this is the information that really unlocks the potential for each of us in our roles as stakeholders in the quest for equity, economic mobility, and community uplift. As I shared yesterday, We in the room are the change makers, and we need all of you as anchors of the community to be at the table. The economy is shaped by smart, savvy, I would even say influential and motivated champions of change. And I see that in this room in so many different ways. There is so much potential right here. So I'm just going to close and say that your questions and comments were really what brought this conversation to life yesterday. And I really want to encourage you to bring that same focus and attention and make today another great day. I think you walked, yes, that's mine. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, we have coming up, I think I wanted to share Eric, Acting Undersecretary Eric Morissette has been appointed over the Minority Business Development Agency. He really wanted to be here with us. He was here in Atlanta about 6 weeks ago. But one of the things that we did not bring out that I want to share about him and his role at MBDA yesterday is that the Minority Business Development Agency was created, I believe, like 50 years ago, but it was not a permanent agency of the U.S. Department of Commerce until President Biden made it a permanent agency, appointed an undersecretary level leader over it under his administration. Not even during the Obama administration did that happen. And so, that's really significant. And I just want us to really let that sink in a little bit about climate. Now, with the recent Supreme Court ruling, the only thing that has changed, really, according to his remarks in Atlanta several months ago, is that the agency has to serve all small businesses. And he said, we always did that. We've never turned anyone away. Same is true of the Urban League. We know we were created with a focus on Black people. Why? Because of the huge disparities across every sector of our daily lives. We were created. Same thing with the Hispanic Chamber, I would imagine, and so on. It doesn't mean that because we focus on a particular group of people that we're still not open to everyone, right? And that, to me, is the climate that we have to bring to the table, but not be intimidated by the focus on groups that have been marginalized, that are lagging behind the mainstream. We want everybody in our community to thrive, right? So I just wanted to share that as a kickoff because it's really important, I think, how we think about leadership and our future. So with that, we don't have him personally today, but I just wanted to express that he is fully supportive of our summit. And I want to invite you to take advantage of the Minority Business Development Centers that operate all across our nation. They have also procurement centers specifically that help firms that want to do business with the government. So we will go deeper with that connection and those partnerships so we can bring all those resources to you once the summit is over. So with that, we are going to jump into our first plenary of the day, which I really consider to be just one of the most important. This is how we're going to hear how to do business with the government. That's what this is all about. And we've got people that cover federal, state, county, and municipalities throughout the day and the private sector, because all of them represent entry points. All of them represent huge consumers of goods and services that
are expending whose dollars? Our dollars. So we have to remember that. I know I forget about that sometimes. So we have a vested interest in how those dollars are spent and a vested interest in making sure that as those dollars are spent, that we turn them over across our communities as equitably as possible. Because when dollars are spent, what gets created? Jobs. What happens? Economic development and an economy that is thriving. So I'm just so excited about this panel. So I'm going to bring up, is Ernest Ellis here? Where is he? Oh, there you are. Great. Okay, I'm so excited to have Ernest here. He is the president and CEO of his own firm, FS360 LLC. He will share with you about his company, but he is also the president of the National Association of Minority Contractors for the Greater Atlanta chapter. Ernest, I'm going to turn over the mic to you so you can get our panel started.
Well, good morning, all you beautiful people. If you feel like it, take out a camera and take a selfie because you all look so good. I'm not preaching, but somebody said I slept at a Holiday Inn last night, so I might be impersonating one. So if you're on a panel this morning, please come on up and take a seat. We'd love to go ahead and get started. As Nancy referenced, I am Ernest Ellis. I am President and CEO of FS360. We are a construction management and general contracting firm headquartered here in Atlanta, Georgia, with offices in Dallas, Texas. Been operating since 2008. We have worked on over $200 million worth of projects on our own and an additional about $2 billion worth of joint venture projects with our partners across the Southeast. And I'm delighted to be here this morning to present basically how to do business with the federal government, the state government, local government, all the different types of municipalities and agencies that we all want to do business with. And so before we go any further, I'd like to have the panel introduce themselves, and I'll start here to my immediate left and we'll work our way down.
Good morning. My name is Kimberly King. I am the Equal Employment Opportunity Director for the Georgia Department of Transportation. That means that I am chiefly responsible for all things civil rights at the agency, but largely for the purposes of this panel, I'm here to talk about the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Carol Rogers. I'm the Chief Procurement Officer for Clayton County within the Central Service Department. So I'm really excited about sharing information for the county, how to do business, and talk about our vendor programs that we have available for small businesses as well as minority businesses. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is James Mosley with the U.S. Department of Energy. I'm a Management and Program Analyst for the Minority Business and Workforce Division. My job is to help minority businesses understand how to do business with the agency, from legislation all the way down to where the wheels hit the pavement. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Butler. I am the current Chief Procurement Officer for DeKalb County Government, and I am excited to discuss with you how you can do business with us.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lourdes Zapata. I'm the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer for the Metropolitan Transit Authority in New York. I might be the only New Yorker in the room. I hope not. Okay, awesome. Incredibly thrilled and pleased to be here in the great state of Georgia. The MTA is the largest transportation authority in the Northeast. We cover 5,000 square miles in 14 counties in New York State and the state of Connecticut. Very pleased to be able to be here, and hopefully we will learn a little bit from each other about what New York is doing and what Georgia is doing, and see where we might have some partnerships.
Give everyone a round of applause. Thanks for having them. So before we get into our questions, I want to do a quick survey. How many of you in the audience are business owners? Raise your hands high so that the panel can see. All right, business owners. How many of you been in business for over 5 years? All right, over 10. Anything over 15? All right, so that kind of gives the panel a little sense for we've got business owners in the room, and they're here to understand how to do business with you and how to do business with the government. So we'll start with Ms. Zapata, excuse me. Since you've come so far, we want to give you the honor of going first. So we have all sectors of government on this panel. If you could, tell us what the objectives are for your specific organization in the state of New York so that we can get an understanding of how we should approach organizations like yours. And we have a dynamic panel with a lot of people, so let's hit it and quit it.
Yes,
All right?
yes,
All right.
sir. I gotcha. I'm a Puerto Rican from the Bronx, so we talk fast. So, you know, the MTA, I should say, we're in New York, but you don't have to be a New York business to do business with the MTA. As long as you are authorized to do business with the state of New York through the Department of State, you can be a Georgia-based company with a New York State presence and do business with us. The MTA falls under, not only has New York State guidelines that we are mandated to meet, and in New York, we have a 30% MWBE goal. We also have a 6% service disabled veteran goal and a 20% DBE goal. So if you're certified in any of those three categories, the MTA most definitely wants to do business with you. So there are some opportunities there, even though it might be a little bit far to travel, but certainly the MTA as $1 trillion organization that annually contracts over $1 billion worth of contracts with MWBEs, DBEs, and SDVOBs, there's certainly a wealth of opportunity there.
All right. DeKalb County, very similar to what was just mentioned. You do not have to be a Georgia business to do business with DeKalb County, unless the scope of work specifically requires some aspects that require you to be local. We are open for business for all businesses, no matter where you are. By ordinance, we do have a local small business enterprise program, and that is an option for you to become certified, but you do not have to be certified to do business with DeKalb County as an LSBE. Anyone in here, if you register with us as a supplier, you have started the process for doing business with DeKalb County. So if you have never registered as a supplier, go ahead and do that, because that is step one to letting us know you have something to offer to us. Currently, we're spending ARP dollars, SPLOST dollars, CIP dollars, and as grants come in under the infrastructure bill, more money is coming in, and it's opportunities for everyone.
Mr. Mosley.
Under the infrastructure bill, $62 billion was earmarked from this legislation. Those dollars are real. And to do business with the U.S. Department of Energy, you should be registered with SAMS.gov. And you should also try to use and operate with an understanding of knowing how to utilize the FAR, Federal Acquisition Regulation, and getting with an organization like the MBDA Center to help guide you through that process. In this environment, it's business to government. It's a little bit harder to operate in that environment, not to consumer, not business to business, but business to government. You have to understand the rules and regulations in that environment and stay compliant to go after these opportunities.
Thank you. Clayton County, similar to our other local counties, you're not required to have a vendor, to be registered as a vendor to apply for our projects. We are on BidNet, so I think it's important for you all to know where your local dollars are, especially when it comes to solicitation, how to find that information. We also have a small local business program that has been established since 2013 for our construction projects. So for local dollars that are collected through our SPLOST program, we are very, make sure that we are returning those dollars back into the county and surrounding counties. So I encourage everyone, just like DeKalb County, start with registering. That is the first step to make sure that we know that you're there. From that point, there's other things you need to do, and we'll discuss that, I'm sure, but the first step is to register with your local government or federal if you're interested in doing business.
Ms. King.
So I too will say that you need not be DBE certified to do business with the Georgia Department of Transportation. However, you must be registered or pre-qualified in order to demonstrate your capacity to do the kind of work anticipated by the agency contracts. The DBE certification is really about identity. That tells us that you are who you say you are in terms of being owned by a minority or female in terms of your business operation. So you don't have to be DBE certified, but because I'm a girl and I love shoes, I'm going to sort of connect that certification to that yellow tag clearance at Nordstrom, that shoe you've been looking for, you know. That's what your DBE certification is kind of like, right? It distinguishes you from all those other businesses that do the same sort of business in probably a very similar way to the way that you do business. But your DBE certification is that gold star that really distinguishes you from those other businesses. So I would absolutely say, though, you don't have to be certified. You want to be certified in order to do business with the agency. And like the other panelists mentioned, you know, you don't have to be a Georgia business, but our commissioner has absolutely made clear to us that we want the Georgia businesses first. So if there is a business in Georgia that does the business that we're looking for, let us first make overture to that business before we move to an out-of-state business.
So because this summit is focused on transportation and infrastructure, and we do have a range of owners in the room that have been in business for a long time, some newer. What are the opportunities across those ranges? The GMSDC calls them class 1, 2, 3s, and 4s, companies that range from below $1 million all the way to over 50 million. What are our opportunities? Well, business owner like myself, where do we find our place? What range of companies, and how do we plug into the services that you need us to deliver? Anyone?
If I may take that first. I will say that at GDOT, we have opportunity, I think, for the entirety of that range, right? We have our state-funded activity that we refer to as routine maintenance activity that is right-sized for small business. Those contracts can range from, you know, $50,000 to $200,000 to $2 million about. We have our federally funded projects that are larger, sometimes more complex, and therefore requires a business that may have a greater level of experience. We have mega projects that we refer to as projects that are between $400 million and $1 billion. Obviously, that is for a business who has some pretty significantly sized experience as it relates to our work activity. But we will work with all of the firms that come to us and indicate a desire to do business with GDOT. We have a very robust supportive services provider who assists those businesses in learning how to do business with the agency. And sometimes we may find that your niche is not at GDOT immediately. Perhaps we need to help you grow into a GDOT contractor. And we do that through that supportive services provider by helping you find opportunity perhaps with our local government partners. Maybe you start there. Maybe you start with the city of Atlanta or the Atlanta Public School System or DeKalb County or Fulton County. You start there and grow your business into one that then can do business with the Georgia Department of Transportation.
So at the MTA, we have a variety of tools at our disposal to engage, you know, much like was referenced, businesses at every single level of experience. We have a small business mentoring program where we identify smaller businesses that would require some level of technical assistance and support to grow and build their capacity. But that particular program allows us to directly contract with small businesses for contracts up to $3 to $5 million. So you're competing with a smaller cohort of businesses that are seeking those levels of contracts. They're smaller businesses. We provide support. We provide you support with access to capital, insurance, and bonding, in addition to the training and how to do business with the MTA. And then we put you into a cohort where, as opposed to competing with the thousands of businesses in New York State, you're competing with a cohort currently of about 300 businesses. So we will directly offer you contracts in those ranges if you are part of that cohort. The MTA also has a discretionary purchasing authority where contracts up to $1.5 million, we can directly contract with MWBE or DBE firms. And we've awarded over $86 million just last year alone to MWBE firms utilizing the discretionary purchasing contract. And And much like reference, of course, the MTA has our mega projects. We have the Second Avenue subway expansion, which is a $4.3 billion MTA works in billions, billions and trillions. So we have a $3.4 billion project where we will be expanding the Second Avenue subway into areas that have been underserved within Harlem and East Harlem in New York City. So again, much like was referenced, there are opportunities at every level of business development. And not just in, even though we are a transportation agency, we have legal needs, we have IT needs, we have supply needs. So it's not necessarily just limited to construction and contracting, although that by far is the largest amount of contracting we do.
A great place to start in this environment is at the federal level. I can't speak about states and the state procurement. I'm not in that environment. I'm in the federal, doing business with government level. You should find the federal agency that is purchasing the majority of what product or service you're selling. You can find that information on usaspending.gov and mess around on that website, put in your NAICS codes, and find the federal agency that buys the majority of what product you provide in this space. And that's a good place to start, following the path of least resistance, because if they're buying the majority of what you're putting out there, you have a more opportunity of selling that product to that particular agency. At the federal level now, it might not be in your backyard. It might not be where you feel comfortable doing work. You might have to go to that site location. You might have to go across that state line, but that's a great place to start to find those opportunities. And when I say opportunities, this legislation started with $1.2 trillion. That 62 billion that came to our agency was just that piece of the pie that the Department of Energy received. All of the federal agencies were earmarked with their section of that money. So when you find your agency that sells, that purchases the most of what you're selling, find out how much they were originally allotted. Find out what that number was, and then find the program office, find the program managers in that environment and do outreach, get on their email distribution list and engage with them. That's a great place to start to help you on that path of finding those opportunities.
And I do want to piggyback on what the panelists are speaking of. Clayton County has a variety of funding sources, right? Anything from our general fund, our SPLOST fund, but especially for our DBE and for our GDOT, that money that goes into GDOT from the state level does come down to the county level, and we procure those items for the state on behalf of GDOT. So it's important to know where's that funding going from GDOT. So as that money comes down from the infrastructure, it goes to various counties. That's how we know that it's coming down. We can prepare our actual vendors about upcoming projects. So it's important to know if that funding, when it comes down from GDOT, where does it go in your community? And then you certainly need to be working with your local government. We all are similar on how we process our bids. We all tweak it somewhat with our thresholds, but it's important to know once that money is coming down from the state, where does it go locally? Our job at Clayton County, our policy is to make sure that we're taking care of our local businesses. We have some restrictions like any government agency. However, it's important for us to engage with you all as our local vendors. So just make sure that you're aware where those dollars, if they come down federal dollars, where inside of Georgia, where does that money go? So just be aware of that.
So a question, I'm going to ask Ms. Butler to address it first, then we can go around. I serve as president of National Association of Minority Contractors here in Atlanta on the national board. And I've been on the board of the GMSDC for 4 years, working with MBE firms, so small business owners, for about 8 years now. I've been president for 4 years. And in my conversations with contractors, members, I always make sure to ask them about capacity and what's in your toolbox, what's your elevator pitch, what's your website look like. If you have a Gmail email address, get rid of it today. Hint, hint. If a business owner has a Gmail email address, that's an automatic red flag that you are small and risky. So as it relates to us, coming to you, and we'll start Ms. Butler, what would you like us to come to the table with? How do we need to come prepared so that we don't get no, we don't get a fast no, we'll get a slow yes?
I would say what you just mentioned, capacity is very important. Do you have the staff to do what it is you say you do? Do you have the financial capacity to support being awarded a county or federal or state contract? It's not necessarily the county's job to keep you in business, but we want to partner with you to do that. And if you don't already have the money to support paying your subs or paying your internal staff or buying the equipment you said you already owned, that becomes a problem for us. And that actually contributes to negative reviews. When it comes time, again, for bids to come up or requests for proposals or invitation to bids, even requests for quotes to come up, and we see your name, you've already demonstrated to us that you aren't actually ready to take on a contract with us, that's remembered. Our user departments remember that because they're in the business of getting the job done. And so they don't want to hear those excuses about, well, yes, I told you I had 3 crews to get it done, but I only have 1. That only goes so far. So you definitely want to make sure that you actually have the capacity in all things to get the job done. And for me, a big thing that we see, we do see the email, but that doesn't always mean a bad thing for us. Sometimes, Gmail's free. So you pick and choose what you want to spend the money on, but don't skimp on your insurance. Don't skimp on making sure that whoever you have in your business can support you. Sometimes that cannot be family. Sometimes you do need to hire that person who can do your accounting and can do your books and can keep you in compliance and keep your cybersecurity intact, because banks are being hacked, and by proxy, so are you. And we cannot fix that. That is an issue that you had to already have taken care of before you came to do business with us. But definitely get your team together. If you decide that you want to get into the business of working with the government, have your team together day one. Don't build the bike while you're trying to ride it. It does not work out well for us, especially when you've won a multi-million-dollar contract and you bluffed your way through. For us, when we're looking at your request for proposal submittals, or your invitation to bid responses, if you're responsive, meaning you've turned in all the paperwork, you keep moving through the process. If your references come back and they said you were awesome, we're moving through the process. But if it really turns out that really does not support the way your business is set up, that's going to come out when it's time for you to get the work done, that you really weren't built for that job at that moment. Doesn't mean you can't come back, but in that moment, you run the risk of tarnishing your reputation before it even began.
Anybody else? Please chime in.
Yeah, I echo everything that you just said. And I should also, I think I failed to mention that the MTA is actually the largest recipient of federal funding in the state of New York. So we are very much subject to the DBE goals and requirements. I completely agree. Capacity is a huge piece of it. Having your corporate house in order is critical. You have to have your licenses, your certifications, your financials. I can't tell you how many businesses I've spoken to that keep asking me why do I have to have my financials? Why do I have to have my tax returns done? That is all an indication to us about your ability to do the work. Build a relationship with the agency that is here to work with you. In New York, we have 97 agencies and authorities. You need to know the ones that are doing business in the area that you have your business working with. And there are folks like myself and my team. I have a team of 85 people in my office in New York. Every single person is there to help MWBEs access contracting opportunities with the MTA, and be persistent. If you didn't win an award, ask the agency why. Why didn't I win the award? What did I do? What was wrong with my bid that I could correct for the second go round? Government contracting is not for the weak. And, it's tough. It's very difficult, and we're bureaucratic, and we are very mindful of being good shepherds of the financing, the public financing that is entrusted to us to deliver projects. And as my mother used to say, excuses only sound good to those who make them. You got to come to the table prepared, so that we can help you do what you can do best for our agency.
So again, I can only speak from my experience in construction and construction management. And we have done some federal work, looking to do more. We're just now starting to do some work with Clayton County, looking forward to it. It's easier to build relationships with Delta sometimes, or a Home Depot, because it's a private corporation, right? You can develop marketing tools and outreach tools. How do we develop relationships with you and your teams and your people? It's a different ecosystem. You have different compliance requirements. There's things we cannot do with you. Like I can't take a government official to lunch. I can't give you gifts. So that's great. That's smart. But how do we develop relationships with you? Because business is about relationships, because relationships build trust. So please help.
So I'll certainly start, and no, we don't want any gifts. Thank you very much. But it is really about networking, and most of government, we understand there are regulations that we have to follow. So it's important that if you are looking to contract with government, you make sure that you're contacting that office. We always are having network events. We have various workshops. There is ways that you can contact us. We have protocols set in place. If you're a vendor, you can meet normally with the team within the county that does purchasing. So there are ways to do it, but it is about developing relationships, and those are done through networking events. And it's really about making us know that you're there. There's nothing to say that you can't contact us and say, look, I'm still interested in doing business with the county. Let us have a discussion. Our job is to make sure that we procure the best product and services for Clayton County. So if we don't know that you're there, we really can't work with you. So I always encourage you to contact your government procurement agency that you want to do business with. Find out what their process is. There's always networking events. I think most of us in government in the local area, we share a lot of our information. So if something has happened in DeKalb County or the city of Atlanta, we're normally aware of that, and our certified vendors would receive that information as well. So you just start from the scratch of just contacting that local or that government agency you're interested in doing business with.
I would say participating in activity like this, right? We come to these events for the purpose of meeting folk like you, people who are in business, people who have done business for 5 years, for 10 years, for 15 years, 20 years, people who have an interest in doing business with us. Just last week, I was at an outreach event like this. I met a business owner who was in the business of property acquisition. And so she gave me her card. She, asked, what can I do? I'd like to know more about GDOT. And so I told her, give me a call on Tuesday. When I'm back in the office, we'll sit, we'll talk, we'll have a whole conversation about your business type. I said, in the meantime, send me your capability statement. If that capability statement does not say what it needs to say in terms of your service offering, how long you've been in business, with whom you've done business, where, how, the value of that business, it's not really particularly helpful to me. But she had a great capability statement. She sent it to me. I spent a couple of hours with it, just sort of marking it up and thinking about what she did. And then I shared that with our right-of-way staff, with our planning staff, and then I talked to her about what I did and why I did it. That relationship has been formed now, right? I know who she is. We have about 3,000 firms in our directory. I cannot know all of them, but those that have reached out to me, those with whom I have relationship in terms of seeing you regularly at meetings like this, when I get a phone call and someone says to me, hey, we're looking for people that do this kind of work, I will first go into our directory or have a staff member go into our directory and call out those work codes that are necessary for those folks. But while I am sending that, I'm also picking up the phone and I'm saying, hey, ABC business does this. I know that they do this kind of work. I know that they've done it for GDOT. We've worked with them before. Why is that a distinction that makes a difference? Because those are folk that I know. Yes, I'm going to send you the entirety of the directory that speaks to your request, but the people with whom I have talked, that I have met, that I have sat in a forum like this with, they're going to get the phone call that says, hey, I told C.W. Matthews, E.R. Snell, whoever it is, about your business, and I sent them your capability statement. So please be on the lookout for a phone call. Those relationships matter. They absolutely make a difference. And places like this is where you can start to build them. So have your business card, your capability statement ready, and hand it out.
That's awesome. And on the federal side, I mean, again, I don't know how many of us have really looked at the FAR. That's a scary document. You know, and sam.gov is evolved over the years, for the better, by the way. But it's intimidating, right? And how do we plug in? I mean, how do we build relationships that are going to generate a return?
So, excellent question. With the FAR question, I'll say it like this. There comes a point where a business owner wants to do what the business owner does, run his business well. Learning the FAR, learning how to operate in this environment, there comes a time when you really want to pick up a consultant who can help you specialize in this environment, because when it comes to the feds, when you come out of compliance, you can end up being disbarred. You can end up being, hey, we're not going to do contracts or blacklisted. That's a real thing in this environment. So compliance is very important, and you don't always have the time to make sure you're crossing your T's and dotting your I's. But as it relates to building those relationships, you're 100% right. I'm a new employee with the Department of Energy. I'm at a year and 7 months. But one of the very first things they're like, because I'm doing outreach in community, is you can't take anything from no one, not even a cup of water on a hot day in Haiti, like nothing. And the reason for that is because they don't want people to be influenced. But I'm saying, how do I build these relationships? And the way it works is you have to engage with the program offices that are doing the business that you do. With the Department of Energy, we have 17 program offices. We have 17 laboratories, 14,000 plus employees, and we're working with 20,000 researchers all over their different universities, HBCUs, disadvantaged community colleges. That's a lot of people. To engage with us, you have to connect to the program office that's doing the business that you do. Now, when you connect with them, that means getting on their email distribution list, going to their webinars that they post online, engaging with the outreach events, the open house events. Now, I don't like putting an added stress on a business that might be a small business to go to DC for an event, because there are a lot of them. I'm not from that environment. I'm from the community outreach environment. So I want to put out the tools that's going to help make someone successful. But a lot of these things are on webinars, on YouTubes, by the name of that program office. True story. I saw one opportunity within the Department of Energy for a $10 million opportunity that only went out via their email distribution list. So I ran it up the chain. I'm talking to my supervisor. I'm like, well, why is this? Why isn't this opportunity put out to all the people? Why wasn't it a minority opportunity? And the program office was like, you know what? We engage with that opportunity based off the people we feel have the best opportunity to engage with what we wanted them to do. So that's our email distribution list, and that's where the dollars for that opportunity went. That's insane. But if you're not engaged with that office, if you're not on their distribution list, if you're not hearing what they are saying, you're not going to see those opportunities. And then from that point, politicians are going to more use the social media in the federal space. The program offices, they're using the old email, send out the email distribution. They're using things like that because that's what they've been tasked and told what to do.
Gotcha.
Does that answer that question?
It does.
Okay.
I think it's also important to note that there are significant resources that are available at low or no cost at the federal level. The federal government, beyond the MBDA centers that are available throughout the United States, you have the APEX centers, and that the APEX program is funded through the Department of Defense. It is a federal, you don't have to be a defense contractor in order to utilize APEX services. The APEX program will help you understand bid documents, how to put together a bid proposal on federal contracts. And as I mentioned, the SBDCs, you've got great groups like the National Minority Development Council that can help you access and tap into those resources as well. At the MTA, we regularly do new firm orientations as well as DBE certification, because we help firms get their DBE certification, and that is all virtual online. You don't have to be in New York to participate. But most certainly tap into, and I think what was mentioned earlier is critical, tap into the networks, utilize the resources that are available to you through the great organizations like NMDC, like the Urban League here, to tap into those resources. At some point, yes, as you grow as a business, you might need a contractor or a consultant to help you navigate the bureaucratic process, but there are certainly existing programs that are federally funded that can help support small businesses tap into those opportunities as well.
So one of the things that NAMAC advocates for, and all of us, Urban League, all of us advocate for, is access. You mentioned the word access, which, you know, at the end of the day, you can't develop relationships if you don't have access, right? Black and brown companies have historically been having to overcome obstacles to access, just inherent in the country we live in. So let's, before we go to Q&A, we're going to go to Q&A here in about 10-20. So if you have questions, speak, get ready. We have to address the reality that DE&I is under attack. I mean, it's not under attack with a scalpel, it's under attack with an axe, right? So what is your specific agency, jurisdiction, government entities approach and position as to where we stand right now? Anybody?
I know that, I think later today, Rodney Strong is going to be here, right? Yesterday. I've worked with Mr. Strong. I was hosted a summit myself that he was present at, and he is so wonderfully knowledgeable about this area of the law and is, you know, right at the forefront of really helping people understand what's going to need to happen. And ultimately, what we've been doing is just doing the work. And I know that sounds perhaps overly simplistic, but that really is what we've been doing. We are continuing to do the work. We are continuing to certify businesses. We are continuing to have those businesses engaged in our federally funded activity, on our state funded projects. We are continuously monitoring those businesses for that project activity to make sure they are being treated fairly and equitably on those projects in which they are engaged. We are reporting that activity to our Federal Operating Administration. You know, we have a program that has so far been able to withstand scrutiny because we've done the work on the front end. And you're right, we are absolutely, as a entity that practices diversity, equity, and inclusion, under attack. Folk are paying attention. Folks are trying to find that small crack that they can get into. Frankly, our DBE program includes not only minorities, but women. Those women are not considered minorities. They are female. It is a separate category, and they are a very large part of our program activity. And frankly, as long as those folk are involved in the program is going to exist. That's just the truth of the matter, frankly. And so we're just going to keep doing the work. We're going to keep doing outreach events like this. We're going to keep finding folk like you that have an interest in doing business with us. We're going to help you find those opportunities, and we're going to make sure that we're doing those things that we need to do on the front end to support that program activity. And you know, if and when someone comes for the program, we're going to be prepared to respond to what they come with because we've done the work on the front end. We are presently working on, shameless plug, working on our triennial goal. And so we will be sending notification about your, asking you to share with us your experience about how you've done business with the agency, because what that does is help us demonstrate to our federal operating administration that we are listening to the folk with whom we do business. We are making those changes to the program that we need to in support of continuing to have a robust area of business for us to do. But that goal setting really does help us identify and demonstrate where the need is, and then we're able to demonstrate that we've done the work that we need to make sure that goal is defensible when someone is coming for the program.
Anybody else?
So DeKalb County, by design, we have an ordinance that is focused on local small business enterprises. When that ordinance was enacted in 2006, I believe, it was not focused on whether or not you were a DBE, a minority, or woman-owned. A study had been done and a determination was made that the program and the ordinance itself would be focused on the size of the business. And so, though there is an attack, we're able to weather that because of the way that our ordinance was initially established. And also it was by design because of the way the county is made up, which is heavily ethnically and minority diverse. So they accomplished their goal because they looked at everything as a whole. And so we're able to weather that storm in that way. Now, because we do not focus on those individual areas, there is a push that we do within our own program where we are attempting to reach out to those different organizations that are focused on those areas. So, and procurement agents do the same thing. So when they issue their solicitations, yes, we do a notification through our Oracle system, but we also reach out to Blue Book, and we also reach out to the Hispanic organizations. We also reach out to different construction organizations because the goal is we want more participation, and we do want participation from smaller companies because that work is out there. We're open to organizations teaming up together to take on one project. It doesn't have to be just one big company, but we need your help to do that because most of the time, that's not what we see. We actually, internally, we get excited when we see 3 different smaller companies that teamed up together to get the money together. We love it. We love to see that. So it's just being open to that. And it's being part of these events where we can say that it is okay for you to team up together to try to get the projects, just all be qualified together, but it's okay. But we've been weathering the storm in that way and finding other alternative means to get the word out and get that participation up.
So we want to get ready for Q&A. I know we have a microphone here and one here. So if anyone wants to start making their way to the microphone, otherwise I'm going to keep asking questions. Boom.
Okay, thank you all so much. This has just exceeded my expectations from each of you. Have any of your organizations or the federal government done any studies on the economic impact that programs like DBE programs and MWBE programs are actually having versus not having? In other words, my hope is that we can give the data that shows to not intentionally be inclusive and equitable and strategic in the way we do this work, that we're hurting our economy, we're hurting our citizens and our communities. What I really liked was one of you said, I can't remember now, but I think it was Michelle, that talked about the ARPA funds, which we know are not going to be recurring, and neither probably will these infrastructure bills, like the New Deal kind of thing. But that gives jurisdictions, particularly states, counties, and municipalities, we know our communities and where the gaps are, right? We know we've got X percentage of our people living in poverty. We know that certain neighborhoods are disinvested and not thriving. Sitting down and strategically deploying the dollars in a way that can correct and address some of these. I think it was Lourdes maybe who said that. That's who said it. So is more of that on the horizon? Do you see that kind of thinking, or is it really, we need to buy this, so let's go through the steps and let's just get it done? Or are you starting to see among leadership that thought process kick in, that we got to leverage these dollars to address the problems we have? Anybody who can respond?
For DeKalb County, I will say, and I'm not sure if we have any DeKalb County residents in here, but if you watch the Board of Commissioner meetings, you know that we have commissioners that are heavily invested in our small businesses and them being able to participate in thriving and taking part in the different contracts that we put out, because DeKalb County does a lot of work and there's a lot of money spent to keep the county running. And there are a lot of opportunities for businesses to participate. So if you've not been watching, it's not just because it's an election season. They've been like this for a long time. So with that being said, currently there has not been a study, but because we do have a board that is invested, I feel like they would be absolutely open to being able to show the data, because that is important. There should be data that shows that not having this participation is a detriment.
And I think it's important for us to do benchmarking. Each county or each, state or federal government, we make sure that where are we underutilizing, because that allows us to really focus on what we need to do. You do have to have the buy-in from your commissioners if you're a local or organization, but most of our commissioners, if not all of them, that is part of the core of what we do. We can't know where we need to be if we don't know where we're at now. So it's important for us to look at our benchmark and how many contracts did we issue last year? Out of that amount, how many went to, minority businesses? How many went to small local? Similar to DeKalb County, we have a small local business enterprise where it's not race or gender. It's neutral to that, but it is a part of our small local business that we do track this information. So it's important for us to know who's actually out there. How much money are we spending in construction, right? And out of those dollars, how many of those dollars stay within our community? Without us knowing that, we can't make that case. So the study is important, but it's also important within our actual divisions and our departments that we know who's actually out there. So that's the reason why these events are important for us, and certainly to make sure that we're providing resources, because a part of that also is knowing what do you need as the business owners. Right? Do you need information on insurance? Do you need information on bonding? It's making sure that we're giving you those resources, so when something does come up, a bid or a proposal, that you are prepared and you're actually able to apply and hopefully be successful in winning that award.
And I would say, Ms. Nancy, that certainly all of us that receive dollars from the federal government have a reporting requirement. So we absolutely must collect that data, report that data. And that data, much like you were saying, is all about how much money you're spending, with whom you're spending that money in terms of DBE status. Are these females? Are these African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Pacific Americans, Native Americans? So they want very specific data about those categories of individuals. What kinds of contracts are you spending those dollars on, and how many of those contracts? Because we report that to USDOT. USDOT then reports that to Congress, and Congress is able to say, this is where those dollars are going, and this is how our community of constituents is being benefited. And we certainly know at the agency, if you're not in the DBE program, there's a difference between folk that are doing business with the agency and folks that have what we call graduated. And those folk that have graduated are not doing the same level of business as those folk that are in the program. So we certainly understand that the importance of the program. When we go to the state legislature and tell them what we're spending, they too want to know with whom we're spending those dollars and how many of those dollars are being spent in the community. So yes, that data collection is so important because it absolutely tells the story of who's being benefited and who's not.
How it breaks down and where and that kind of thing?
Yes, those reports are, we make that report available to the State Transportation Board in a public presentation. So it becomes a part of that agenda and those public minutes.
Yeah, if I may just add one more element that I don't think we've discussed is that one of the elements of the infrastructure program that is relatively new is the opening of a possibility of local hiring goals. So not only do we have the opportunity to hire DBE certified firms under the Infrastructure Act, but we actually have the opportunity to impose local hiring goals, which speaks to the economic impact of our community. We currently have 3 projects that are in our pilot stage at the MTA where we have imposed local hiring goals. We have local zip codes, and we require our prime and subcontractors to pull from those communities for their hiring opportunities. And we slice and dice our data in a million different ways. We want to know how many people were hired, what were the average salaries for the individuals that were hired. We don't want just laborers. We want higher level managerial staff, supervisors that are going to be hired as well. How many hours those folks worked? What's the demographic composition of the people who were hired? So to the extent that there is some opportunity to not just talk about DBE and business engagement, which is critical. And we all know that our businesses hire our people for the most part over and above other businesses, but also look at their opportunity of imposing local hiring goals to make sure that the folks that are living in the communities that are going to be impacted by the projects that we're implementing will in fact benefit through job creation and job opportunity.
Yes.
Okay. It was mentioned that our business owners need to be in the room and they need to be making connections with individuals like yourself. But what else should they be doing to stand out when it comes to getting these bids? What do you need to be doing or working on right now so that they can actually be at the forefront?
I will add to that one of the things that DeKalb County needs not only to be in the room. So when we have these events, be in the room. When the county has their pre-bid meetings, be in the room. When DeKalb County has their mandatory every Wednesday meetings at 10 and 2, there is an opportunity for certified local small businesses through DeKalb County to be in the room, and they're not. It's required that the primes be there by the ordinance, but the LSBEs aren't there. And we revised our ordinance because comments were made that they didn't have a seat at the table. So that was a way to give an opportunity to be in the room, and they're not in the room. So it's making sure that when the opportunities are provided, that you take part in them, because it won't work without the participation. But also making sure, and I think it was mentioned here, making sure you have the necessary people available that can work through the things maybe you're not good with. So there is a process for participating in a procurement process on the vendor side. You have to turn in a certain type of document. You have to complete the documents. You have to do it correctly. You have to turn in your necessary licenses or certifications. You have to understand that you needed certain licenses or certifications in order to even turn that in. So if you don't know any of that and you're just out there doing your business, and you may be doing it well, but if you never got certified or you never got the license you're technically supposed to have, you're out of the game. We're not even allowed to even talk to you anymore. I can't tell you how many people who have said, I've been doing this for 20 years and never had a business license. We're not allowed to do business with people with no business licenses, but it happens a lot because it's a tax thing that people don't think about. You have to have a business license. In whatever city, county, there are some places where you don't have to, but in Georgia, that we're not one of those. There's some places in Florida and I think maybe Texas. Georgia's not one of those. Your city or your county may have that. There is no state business license. That is something else. That is your professional license if that applies. If you're a general contractor, you need a certification to do that. You don't need a certification to do concrete. But if you're going to say you're a general contractor, you need a license for that. So it's understanding all the things that are supposed to indicate that you are a business ready to do business with federal, state, local, wherever. So that's step one, because sometimes we can just draw the line right there and we can't. As much as we would like to, we can't. There are a number of people I've met, wonderful personality, wonderful spirit, excited to do some work, but we can't do anything with you because you're not prepared yet. You can get there, but that's not a quick turnaround. You don't have a bank account. You don't have anything with your bank. You can still be a solo, but you're not even prepared to do that as a solo person. So it's that. Take part in the activities you see here. Network with the other individuals you see here, because some of these individuals have probably already been through it and can give you some insights and help you move past where you were. And it was also mentioned that you should ask, what can I do to do better? We welcome debriefings, but no one wants to take part in the debriefings. We get protests all day long, but not the debriefing to explain what you did wrong, not about trying to take it from the other person, but what did you do wrong? So the next time we don't have this. I have 0.5% do that. And I'm always excited to hear that person say, hey, we want to have a debriefing. Can we schedule this meeting so we can talk about what we did not do with this particular procurement? Yes, we run to those because we rarely get those and we want to have those conversations.
So what I'd like to say is capability and capacity. Those are the key words in this environment. What is your capability? What is your capacity? How do we get those opportunities? If you're in this room right now and you walk away from this 2-day event without 50 or more contacts of the people in this room, they might be in your industry, they might not be in your industry, but like-minded individuals who are moving together in the same direction. What is my agency doing? You're looking at it. There's only 13 of us and we operate across the entire nation. I am tasked with helping minority businesses understand how to do business with the Department of Energy in 3 main verticals: research and development, grant dollars that are on the table, and the procurement side of what we do for a product or service, and helping people make it to the next logical step in that process. But it is hard to find businesses that operate in the energy space. We have less than 1% representation of minority businesses in energy. But guess what? That's where the real dollars are. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna say this. If you're just doing janitorial services and you're competing on a contract with 20 other companies doing janitorial services, that contracting officer is tasked with lowest bid possible, all right? And you're gonna water down the process on who gets paid. But if you're going after an opportunity, let's say something like building out the grid or building out infrastructure as it relates to something in the electric environment, there's not going to be that many minority businesses operating in that environment. That's following the path of least resistance. So what can we do? That's an excellent question, ma'am. Number one, you need to have a baseline. Everyone at this event needs to be walking away with 20 business cards from other like-minded people in this organization. Hey, my name is such and such. James told me that I should give you my business card, and you have to work that relationship. Every 3-4 months, hey, how you doing? How's business? Did you know about the Urban League having another event, will you be there? Small talk, small conversation, collaborating, because this is why this is important. Now, I'm not as high on the food chain as some of these wonderful women up here, but this, I can clearly articulate why this is important. And this is why. There was a report by the Small Business Administration saying the number of government contractors is going down. There's not as many federal government contractors as there used to be. So what does that mean to contracting officers? The projects that they have in the federal level are only getting larger. So yes, there's the opportunities for small businesses that are there, but if you can't scale, if you're not working with what you call a competitor is really your partner, if you guys can't take off, oh, you might be able to do $1 million contract, but can you do a $10 million contract? Can you do a $15 million contract? Is it out of the ballpark for you? Because that is what's happening. They still have to get the same amount of jobs out the door. Okay, you've got the prison right down the street here. They need food, services, and items and things that need to happen. You have the CDC right down the street. They need paper, toilet, and utilities, stuff like that. You have to go to where the work is. You have to be able to scale for the opportunity that's there. But when you work together, I think the old African proverb was, you want to go fast, go by yourself. You want to go far, go on a team. Everybody in this room, if you're here today, you're trying to go in the same direction. Sometimes you can't bring all your family because they don't understand the vision of what you're doing. Sometimes you can't bring all your friends because they don't understand the work that you're doing. But the people in this room, if you're hearing me talk, and I wanted to say that for what is your agency doing? My agency was formed in 1977 with the sole purpose, my department, to help increase minority representation in the energy space. And if you don't know this, I'm gonna fill you in right now. There's this thing called electrification going on, where all the things that are gas, diesel, coal are moving over to the electric space. We have Rivian down the road. We have the Hyundai electric plant down here in Savannah, 5 million, we sent those guys. We've got the Hyundai electric battery plant up here in North Georgia, 7 million, we sent those guys on top of their own money, and those are loans, but you can't understand these opportunities if you're not operating in this environment. If you're not working with people in your group who's also like-minded and moving in that same direction. So network, connect with the people in this room, collaborate, share information, go to organizations like the Urban League and find out what's on their list of events and stuff like that, and be like, hey, that person who filled us in on that information, how are we going to do that again? Who has a professional association a part of what they do? Like if you're in janitorial services, are you a part of a professional organization for janitorial cleaning products? Those are the relationships, knowing your business and doing it well, that's going to help propel you. When I go to Georgia Tech, when I go to California and I'm talking to the utilities company, nobody in the room looks like this. And they are on a mission to get these dollars. And the sad part is, they were talking about this 3 years ago before the legislation even came out, because they knew about it, because they were engaged with it. Now, this is not to say you can't engage with these bipartisan dollars, but there's a time limit on it. November 12th, 15th, 25 or 26, something like that. That's a wrap. These dollars can be earmarked for something else. And I'm not trying to steal the shine on this stage, but what I want you to understand is, if this is the first time you're hearing about 1.2 on the being invested in infrastructure, if this is your first time hearing it, you need to collaborate with other like-minded individuals who are moving faster than you in this environment, and you can jump on that bandwagon, because these dollars are not every state, every US territory got a piece of this money. So, we can't politic up here as a federal employee, but I'm saying anybody who sits up here and says, oh, this is bad legislation, everybody got a piece of these dollars. Everybody, the money is there. And this is so critical, because people talk about the New Deal. Your grandparents and their parents, they weren't able to engage with the New Deal, which basically built out the modern highway system. We didn't have the opportunity to go up to the job site and say, hey, you know what? I see y'all building the Hoover Dam. Let me get a piece of that action. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is for us, not them. And around that same time frame, this is the modern day New Deal that is changing generational wealth. 40 acres and a mule is not coming. It's not. I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. But this opportunity for doing work in this environment is real. Well, James, I don't know what infrastructure is. I'll tell you because I read the legislation. This is anything from building a sidewalk. That's some of the most smallest piece of legislation in there. A sidewalk, a bicycle rack, that's infrastructure. All right. Some of the craziest thing in that legislation, boating safety. And when I read that, I was like, what organizations capitalize on boating safety? Well, people who have boats. It is what it is. I'm not here to say it's good or bad. I'm saying that's how it's written. And when you start reading the legislation, you start engaging with other like-minded people, you have partners in this environment you've worked with. Hey, did you hear what he said? I'm gonna go get that legislation and read it and find it for myself on where I can engage. It's not, hey, tell us how we can get, it's based off what you do and what you do well. The federal government does not, your social economic class is not as important as your ability to do the work. People come to me, James, I'm a minority this, yes, I'm glad. That is what I'm tasked with helping, okay? But you can't lead with that. You gotta be able to do the work and do it well. We have zero, within the Department of Energy, there is zero tolerance for failure based off the nature of the work that we do in the Department of Energy. If you want to know what that is, go to the website. So when you come to this environment, you have to come correct. You have to be able to compete at the highest level of whatever it is you do. And not hating on janitorial services. We have contracts that are out there, but that's not the only thing that we do in this environment. But you got to be the best at what you do. Then when you've got your foot in the door, then your social economic class helps because those dollars might have been earmarked for you. If you really want to make that happen, it's not responding to the RFP, it's responding to the RFI. It's engaging when they're formulating who should we earmark these dollars for. And when enough minority businesses, hey, can do this type of work, that's who we'll write the opportunity for. That's how it works. And if you really want the secret sauce, if you really get to a higher level, there's folks out there following the congressional budgets to get a 3-year head start on the projects that are out there. So like my boss tells me all the time, you go way too deep sometimes, James. But it's really that's what you're competing with. You're competing with people that I'm not going to worry about what a contracting officer says. I'm going to go follow the congressional budget and see what was earmarked for projects, see what projects are coming down the line. And then I've got a 3-year head start on that. Congressional budgets run in 3-year cycles. So when one's up, one's in play, one's about to go up to bat and the other one's getting formulated. But like, this is the information we don't hand out and talk to people about. And you're not going to get to that level unless you're partnering with people. The biggest problem I see, and I'm gonna stop because I talk too much. The biggest problem I see with minority businesses that operate in this environment, I appreciate it, thank you. But is that you have to take off some of the hats of your business. I met a woman in New Orleans. She was, her industry was a very lucrative industry for her. She, as a minority business, okay? I'm not gonna put too much out there. She was one of very few women doing what she did in a male-dominated industry. But when I started peeling back the layers to her job, she wore 7 hats. She did recruitment. She did this, she did that, she did that. And I was like, you wear too many hats to be successful. You need to start delegating these responsibilities so you're not working in your job, you're working on your job. Does that make sense? Absolutely. And the last thing is, if you don't have a seat at this table, your community is probably on the menu.
Yep, you're gonna get eaten up.
Because these folks at these other institutions, these folks that are operating in these spaces, they know these dollars are here and they're working together. They're collaborating together to go after them. So my only homework is walk away with at least 25 business cards and build on those relationships and collaborate. You have to be able to scale capacity and capability.
So this kettle's killing it. Y'all killing it. We're gonna keep you out for one more question.
Yeah.
Because this lady has been patience. So I'm sorry, this is the last
Been so
question. We're
patient,
going over,
yeah.
but you guys are awesome. You guys are killing it. So, ma'am.
So my question is more of a comment and a service. My name is Cheryl Scales. In the government space, I'm operate under the First Urban Group, specializing around strategy, construction. I do tile. Don't let my nails fool you. I love doing that. But I also have a long history in marketing. So for all of the people who are here, many times in this process, marketing is kind of the end point, but it really is the starting point to your giving yourself an opportunity to be strategically successful. So if you need help putting together your package, your capability statement, your website, any of those elements that you need, I'm sitting right at that table. Drop your business card off to me and I will follow up and help you be able to do that. So that is my comment. Thank you all for your insights. First Urban Group is in the house.
So I think, thank you give the panel a round of applause. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to end. We're gonna have to end because we're running late. So again, thank you from Clayton to New York, from DeKalb to the state capitol, I know you're traveling the country. We appreciate each and every one of you. Again, a round of applause for the panel.
We've got a gentleman in the audience. Can you quickly, because we hate to leave you hanging there, but quickly, question.
Well, it's one or two things, right? First, I have to support James in what he's saying, right? I talked to James, this is last year, and I developed a technology company, and there are not many people in my space, especially people of my color. I've been an educator for almost 40 years, right? And what he's saying is right because it's education. But what I feel needs to happen is sometimes happening within the offices, but it's not happening within our spaces. Like, and I don't want to be, I'm not very good about being racial, right? Because I'm mixed, right? I have Indian in me, I have white in me, everything, right? But I look Black. And then I get treated like I'm Black, right? Like I told some people who were here, when I graduated college, my first application got thrown in the trash. It just so happened I turned around and saw it. But that happens. So we shouldn't be allowing the excuses that other people try to take and say that we don't need help. We do need help. And we need to get out of those back offices and find ways to educate our people how to get this done. Because it's not being done. Like I was very open with Nancy about this. When I told some other people that I was coming to some of these events, they said, oh, that's political. And I had to tell them, you know what? I don't really care what you think. It's not political. This is educational.
Yes.
We've been left behind way too long.
Yes.
I'm actually from the Virgin Islands, right? And I moved to Atlanta. The first time I got my job here in Atlanta as a band director, I was told they didn't want me here because I was Black. That's life.
Yes.
And it isn't changing, not even today. I'm getting some of the same things in this technology space.
James, thank you, though. No, I fully appreciate your comments. And I want you to do more, but we can't.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
All right.
but you can engage with our participants and our panelists after. So any closing comment that you have, because we have our next panel and we want to be respectful.
Gotcha, Nancy. Okay, so what I would say is go a little bit further in helping those people who didn't show up a way to get educated about what they don't know, because they're probably traumatized just because of race.
Here's what they should do. Here's what they should do.
Okay.
Follow the money. It's not about what you think you do as a business. It's about following where dollars are being spent. And I love the fact that, you know, I've got folks that do this, that do that, and that's not what's getting funded at this level. So follow the dollars, find who can do the work, collaborate and work with them.
And I promise you, Urban League is not going anywhere. And we're going to keep, because we also have to do for ourselves, and that's what this is about. So thank you all of you for giving us your knowledge and your time. We'll be working together in the future. And Lourdes from New York City, thank you so much for making time to come to our state. Let's take a pic. Thank you so much, Kimberly. Excellent. I know I missed it. That you touched it. Thank you.
It's if I can't answer what I do, I should be fine.
Yeah, the one part, so I'm working on, I just, yes, and I do. So it's all 2 5. And you have your time.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, got it. All right. And all the okay, yeah. No, that's just, and it's.
Everybody, please take your seats. We're going to get started. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. We have assembled a super panel for you all today. And the next panel is entitled Doing Business with the Government, Part 2, the DBEs and MWBEs of Prime Contractors' Perspectives. I have the privilege and honor of introducing to you my colleague, Paul Wilson, who is our Vice President of Programs, who has just joined the Urban League, who has a stellar background in terms of, with respect to in business, and who will lead a great conversation today. Ladies and gentlemen, our Vice President for Programs, Paul Wilson.
Good morning. How's everyone? Good. Does your brain feel bigger? Hopefully. Right. I know it's a lot of information, there's a lot to take in. But these are the opportunities that I think the gentleman mentioned it last panel that we didn't have 50 years ago, right? We didn't have maybe even 20 years ago to get some insight. So definitely let's take advantage of this. And again, you can rest your brain later after get it all in there from that standpoint. As he said, my name is Paul Wilson Jr., Vice President of Programs and Community Impact. I'm less than 30 days in, so they threw me in the deep end. So definitely excited to be here, but also excited for this panel. Talking about doing business with the government. So I'm gonna give them a chance to introduce themselves before we get started. But I just want to let you know, again, of course, some of this is primarily designed to connect DBE and MWE firms with information connections and resources that you need to expand in government contracting or jumpstart your business into this government sector, and to connect with governmental units and prime contractors that can share how they decide who they contract with in the process for doing so. There's a lot to consider. It's interesting. So way back in my career, I was actually a buyer for Georgia Power. It's interesting, a lot of the things that we're telling businesses back then, a lot of it hasn't changed over time, right? So we're in a new space, new technology, new opportunities, but there are some basics that you still need to have. But we're also excited, again, with our panelists, they'll be able to share some of the things that really are current from that standpoint. So we're gonna jump in, and I'm gonna start right here to my right, and we're just gonna go down the list. So please introduce yourselves, your organization, and your role. We have to share some mics.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Al Edwards. I'm the CEO of CERM. We're an engineering and program management business. Next year, God willing, we'll celebrate our 30th year in business. Thank you. Thank you all very much. We're headquartered here in DeKalb County in Atlanta, but we have branch offices in Florida and in Alabama, Tampa, Orlando, and Mobile. So we're about 130 people or so, and our work is principally in the infrastructure space, that being transportation and in water and sewer, but also in energy. We have some commercial projects underway in some of the innovative spaces, healthcare, cannabis, and some of the other areas. And then finally, we were in the federal 8A program several years ago. We graduated. We probably got in the program a little early, but we graduated, and so subsequently we've grown from there. So, and then I've been involved with a number of civic engagement projects and programs here in this community. So I look forward to the conversation, and thank you, Urban League, for having me.
Hi, everybody. My name is Maury Russell, and I'm an entrepreneur. And then I also work with my family's business as the Director of Business Development at Concessions International and our family office at the Russell Family Enterprise. And our company, Concessions International, started off as an ACDBE company 45 years ago. And in 1993, we graduated. We were one of the first African-American companies to graduate from the ACDBE program. And now we operate, thank you. And now we operate in 8 different airports around the United States in food and beverage. We operate about 40 different concepts, and we have multiple ACDBE partners we work with. So thank you so much, Urban League, for having me.
And I'm Teresa Schroeder. I'm Vice President of Community and Citizenship with Turner Construction. Turner is the largest general contractor in the United States and actually international as well. We have been in business for 122 years. No, I've not been there the whole time. But I will celebrate my 20th anniversary with the organization next week. So excited about that. I'll get a toaster. But my focus has been on growing our supplier diversity program and our community and philanthropic. So I'm happy to be here.
Excellent. My name is Daniel Perdomo. I'm the CEO for 5 Points Electrical. We're an electrical contracting company. We're basically diversified into 4 markets, healthcare, aviation, mission critical, and also the commercial portion. We started in 2007, and just to say the least, we have grown very much. Last year, we closed at $18.8 million. And for the looks of it, we're probably going to be overtaking that number very well this year, too.
Morning. Can you guys hear me? All right, is this better? Is this better? Thank you. Sorry, guys. My name is Makita Matthews. I'm the Senior Manager of Supplier Diversity at Delta Airlines. We are focused on increasing spend as well as increasing economic impact through 3 things. Our new strategy that includes access, which is important, development, as well as visibility. And so I'd like to thank the Urban League for having us. And thank you, Angela, for leaning on me to do this. We are a prime contractor of the government. A lot of people don't know that, but we carry cargo, we carry mail, we might carry, I don't know, your Walmart package, right? So very excited to talk about what that means and how to get diverse businesses involved.
All right. Thank you, panelists. And thank you also, of course, to Delta being our sponsor for the day and the work that you all do in partnership. in supply diversity. So actually, Makita, I'm going to start with you with this question. So please share some features of your supply diversity program and how firms can understand how to do business with Delta.
So great question. Again, 3 pillars of our strategy: development, access, and visibility. We think about that with our stakeholders, our internal stakeholders, but we also think about that with our incumbents as well as potential diverse suppliers, right? So we've got a development program that we're about to launch with our incumbents as well as high potential diverse suppliers. If you all have taken a flight recently, you might have noticed that we have a series called Infinite Inclusivity on the seat backs, and we are highlighting some of our diverse suppliers. So those are some of the things that we're laying the foundation on as it relates to development, visibility, and access. Now, how to do business or to get involved, I would say a couple of things. I forget the gentleman who was on this panel. I'm sorry, what was his name? James, yes. Know the business. So I like to tell people our problems are public because we're a public company. Read our 10Ks. Our executives have to be very transparent in what's going on with our supply chain problems, where we're spending our money. So those sort of 10Ks, 8Ks, all of those things are extremely important. Read our ESG report. That's talking a lot about the future and where we need to go from an environmental perspective, as well as what we're trying to do from the social side of things. Know the industry, because we are highly regulated by the National Transportation Safety Board, the FAA, what is going on, those sort of things that they say we must do, we have to do it. And we lean on our suppliers to help us do some of those things. Lastly, I'd say, 2 more things. I know you guys hate the portal, but how are you guys going to get on our radar without getting in there? Because we don't publish our bids publicly. We find you. So make it easy for me to find you by getting, in our portal. And then going to events like this, being a part of GMSDC. I told Stacy the other day, did she leave? She might have left. I told her I needed some cargo handlers, right? I'm going to her first, right? Or the portal, right? So those are, my top 2. Quentin and Leona from ABL told them or asked for a couple of suppliers a couple of weeks ago. So making sure that you guys have visibility into their world, into their ecosystem is what's really going to help.
Absolutely. Thank you. One of the things that you mentioned, right, reading all the documents that you mentioned, the 10K and the others, the website, and I used to tell entrepreneurs all the time, you really have to become an expert of the customer, right? So you can learn about the industry, but if you're going to do business, I would assume with Southwest or American, it could be a little different than doing business even with Delta. So you really have to study those individual customers, right? Really understand the nuances of doing business with them. Absolutely. Thank you. So Al, we're going to come to you as a minority business owner. Definitely had a lot of staying power, as you mentioned earlier. And so we want to hear some of the lessons you learned along the way doing business either with the government or even in the private sector. And how have you been able to maintain that longevity in your business?
Yeah, Paul, thank you for that question. And without being prompted, that starting with the customer, that focus on understanding the customer and their needs, and really Hartsfield for an example. We worked on the environmental impact statement at Hartsfield. It was our first aviation project back in, it had to be 1998. Matter of fact, I saw a colleague in here that we worked on the project together earlier. And as a result of that, we ended up getting introduced to AMAC, the association, the minority association that focuses on aviation. But in order to build in that space, we had to really go on to the larger industry focuses. So AAAE, ACI, just really to understand what that customer is about and what their needs are from a best practices standpoint. And then I would say dialing into, the best practices for your industry. And I'm gonna tell you all the story. My grandmother was the superintendent of our Sunday school, so which made me the assistant superintendent, right? And so I believe in grace, and I think, matter of fact, we were here last week. We had 60 kids in a STEM program that our foundation anchored with some other STEM partners, and I participated in the exercise with the kids, and I told them faith is what it's all about. But I was at a service station around the time we were building the runway at Hartsfield, and I was standing there pumping gas, and there's an older white male on the other side, and we end up talking about the rain. And he said, oh, really, what do you do? And I told him, and he said, oh, I used to be the president of Parsons. I mean, of all things. And he was in the consulting business, and I found myself on a plane about a month later following him to take a course that he was teaching on best practices in the engineering space. And so I would say, building scale is just such a big deal in the professional services space. There's 60 to 70,000 A&E firms in the United States, and only 3.5% to 5% have greater than 50 people. That 3.5% to 5% controls 75% of the money. So we simply have to build scale. And then I want to talk about partnering mindset, which I think is extremely critical. I was at Maury's grandfather's homegoing service several years ago, and Mr. Holder stood up and talked about Mr. Russell. And he talked about how they were born less than 30 days apart. They grew up less than a few miles away from each other in a very different Atlanta, but they were partners. And he said Mr. Russell always gave more than his share as a partner. And so we've adopted that mindset at our company, and which means also we reciprocate. So we the people who subcontract work to us, we lead in, and we had to engineer our business where we can lead and be the prime, and we reciprocate and bring those firms on to support us. And then I want to really close by saying giving back. That is the crux of it. I met Ms. Flakes actually at Georgia Piedmont Technical College. I served on the foundation board. Now my COO is the chair of that board. And we encourage our people to from a community service, it's an optional performance metrics, but Ernest, we want them to get out there because they are self-discovery and serving others. And then it gives you a platform beyond the procurement process. It provides you with a platform to demonstrate to people who you are. So that's my basic framework on what I think it takes. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And one of the significant things that you talked about actually was Mr. Herman J. Russell, which actually is a great transition to our next panelist, Maury. For those who don't know, again, she is the granddaughter of Mr. Herman J. Russell. And the unique thing about this, I don't know how many of you know, right? This is a third generation entrepreneur. There are not too many Black families that can say there's the third of a successful, right, legacy from that standpoint. And so prior to coming to Urban League, I was at the Russell Center. Got to learn a lot about the history and the life of Mr. Russell. And if you've ever been to the Russell Center, we really try to embed who he was, right, into the experience that you receive from there. So I learned a lot, gave a lot of tours, so I got to talk a lot about his life. But again, just a powerful man. But it's incredible, again, now we have a third generation entrepreneur who's doing great things herself from that standpoint. But also, I'm sure there's a little bit of a burden too, right? I can't carry that name. So what, in terms of bringing your talents to the Russell family group of companies, Concessions International, some of the things you're doing, could you share with the audience, again, not only your role, but what are some of the challenges and opportunities you've experienced doing business at the airport, which is really a federal entity?
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you for, mentioning just what you experienced at my grandfather's funeral and just your experience at the Russell Center, I would say first and foremost, you know, being a part of my family's business is such an honor. I take so much pride in the fact of what my grandfather did, what my father, my aunt, my uncle have done, where I'm able to sit here today, because I really wouldn't be sitting here if it wasn't for the seeds that they planted. So I'm thank you. And I'm super grateful for that. And I also look at it as a duty. You know, I look at it as, hey, this is put here for us to continue forward, but to build on, you know, and diversify, not just build on what my grandfather has made, but be able to build a legacy of our own by standing on this platform that he created. So it's a lot of honor, pride, and duty that I take with that. And even the airport business. So I joined my family's business about 8 years ago. I was working for Duty Free Americas. I was like, I'm not into the food and beverage. I was just into selling product. And I was going to go work with another company. I think sometimes that's important when you have a family business, that's always there for you. So get some experience elsewhere. You know, it's like, let me make some mistakes on somebody else's dime and then bring this back to my family's business. But I was going to go work for another company. And my brother said, no, bring your butt over here. You need to be here with the family's business. And that has been the best decision that I've ever made. My aunt is my CEO of our company. And at the airport, when you ask about the question of, you know, what has been the biggest challenges, I would say one of the biggest challenges is the fact that we graduated from the ACDBE program, which is a great thing. The challenge is that we're still a small company against the primes that we compete against. You know, as our company is about $150 million company, our competition is $1 billion companies, right? So the threshold to graduate, I believe, is at 55 million. It might have increased some, but it's difficult, you know, competing at that level where they have many more resources. Majority of those companies are publicly traded. They're overseas. We are still a private family-owned company. But that is our strength. You know, nobody can tell the story that we can. So I look at it as a challenge, but it's also our opportunity, you know, to still perform at the highest level, but be a small guy in that. And the biggest opportunity, the best thing about it is that we are now in the position to create opportunities for small businesses. That's really where I get my high off at work, is wow, I'm able to create an opportunity for an ACDBE. We were in that seat, and now we're all about reaching back and pulling up. So that's the best opportunity that we have at CI, is being able to create the opportunities for other minorities.
Thank you. So Teresa, you represent Turner Construction, the firm that has a long history and long footprint in Metro Atlanta and the state of Georgia. And the company was recently named the #1 general contractor by Building Design and Construction in 2022. So congratulations on that.
23 and 24.
Oh, 22, 23, and 24. That's a three-peat. Absolutely. They give out rings for that? I don't know, but no rings, but at least you're on the cover, right? No, that's awesome though. But what also makes Turner distinguished is its approach to partnering and doing business with minority contractors, and the fact that you have, as of today, one of the high-performing MBDEs, Daniel, who's sitting right next to you, CEO of 5 Points Electric. So please talk to us about your approach to supply diversity and your approach to partnership as it relates to engaging with minority-owned businesses.
I was listening to the panel before me, and I saw a ribbon of continuity as I knew I was going to be asked that question. And everyone's like, well, how do we engage with you? And Ernest said, building relationships. And I will say, people are always like, well, how do we get connected to you? I'm out in the wild every day. That's how I met Daniel. Organizations, we met in an organization breakfast, and then he followed through. He followed up with me. I don't pursue, because I'm a department of one, and I have hundreds of firms that we do business with. And I don't know your business. So it is your job for you to introduce your business to me, but I am accessible. I'm with the GMSDC. I'm a mentor protege in the organization. I belong to several different industry organizations. And if I'm sure you're bombarded every day about rubber chicken dinners and breakfasts and things. And if you look at the organizations that are sponsors, you want to meet at Delta. Well, Delta's hosting this. I'm part of the National Association of Black Women in Construction, and several of my competitors are part of that. And you can see who's going to attend. That's where we are, and we're accessible there. But then you need to follow up, and that's Daniel. We met at a breakfast. They had made some attempts to work with our organization before, but they were unsuccessful. And he said, can I take some time and meet with you? You chit-chatted at breakfast. It was great. He followed up immediately after, but then he went a step further. He was part of the Georgia Minority Supplier Development Council. They have a mentoring program. We're mentors in that program.
That's Stacy Key for you.
That's right.
That's Stacy.
We all been saying Stacy's name. And he requested to be a protege. So that gave me the perfect opportunity to focus just on his business. But his business was ready. They just needed a coach. They didn't know what they didn't know, but they were already ready. And they knew what we did. I can't tell you, being Turner Construction in Atlanta has been phenomenal for me because of Turner Broadcasting. But if one more person comes up to me and asks me how Ted Turner's doing, how the movie industry's going, and why we colorize them, you need to know what we do before you approach us, so that I know that you're on the right road. And then your business needs to be structured where I can step in and give you a hand on how to do business with us. I can't give you a hand on how to do your own business. So I'm fortunate. I have a daughter in this industry. So apparently she watched everything I did. And she's in this, but she's 23 years old and she's in supplier diversity. And she says, Mom, how do they call me and ask me, well, how do I get a business license? I'm 23. You don't know how to do that? Like, I don't work for your organization. So if you want to work with me, then you need to be able to come ready so that then I can help you and understand how to work with me. So that's the biggest thing. And the follow-up. So following up with Daniel, understanding where he already had his goals and what he wanted to accomplish. Together, then I helped him do that through what I could offer as resources, and then to be able to guide him almost like a parent. Now he calls me mom. I'm a little uncomfortable with that. Like a parent, though, I was able to guide him and say, these are the things that you need to do to push yourself forward. But then he had the tenacity to follow through on that. And one of them was winning his first contract at the airport. And I don't want to get emotional on that because it was I think for me, one of my biggest accomplishments is he partnered with another minority firm so that we could have 100% of that spend. And it was his first joint venture. He was like, but I don't know how to joint venture. I'm like, I got that. Come on, we got it. We can figure that out. We just need to find the right partner. But because he knew his business, he could find the right partner. And then we could help him understand the nuances. He hired a consultant. They worked out that agreement. And now he's at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. But I didn't do that. I helped. He did the work.
So Dan, whose line is it anyway? We're gonna let you pick up the story from there. And basically talk about, this relationship from your perspective, and how this process has gone for you.
Well, the first thing I can say about Teresa and about Turner Construction is that they're not just a partner, they're actually a complement. And what I mean by that is we got to a certain level, and I'm sorry to analyze this as a marriage, right? You want a wife, well, you have to become a good man. You have to have a house. You have to pay your mortgage, have a job, have a foundation. And then you can go and try to see if you can, marry that girl. And that's exactly what we did as a company. And the only way we could do that is by what she mentioned. We actually submitted bids, submitted things, and got the constructive criticism back of what changes we needed to make in order to become this wonderful, husband. And interesting enough, once that happened, we partnered with the GMSDC and became part of our mentorship program, so we can actually not only work on me personally, but also work in my team. So my team can actually be tailored to be in a good marriage with Turner Construction. The thing is that people don't understand relationship is super important. I didn't just met Teresa and we were across the table and have a nice weekend. I met her and I went to all the events. It is important, the organizations that you belong to. I belong to NAMAC. I'm a proud member of that. Guess what? Teresa is there. I belong to the GMSDC. Guess what? Teresa is there. And every other organization that she was at, guess where I was? Over there.
I believe that is called stalking.
Yeah. It's called stalking with a
That's another
purpose.
panel.
Right?
That's a whole nother
Right?
panel.
Right? So you have to be intentional on who you want to do business with. And another thing that you do want to know is how the organization is. Is the organization culture just like yours? Is it a lot like yours? Because you might want to go work for whoever, and that organization might not be congruent with who you are. And that's one of the things that actually really made me fall in love with Turner Construction, was that they were a lot like us. So if I was going to tell anybody what to do, it's basically like everything, the echo, be present. I understand you're a small business. Guys, 4.5 years ago, we were a $3 million company. We were just a little kid. We were barely making it, but we had to become certified. We had to do all these things that they're talking about. We had to beef up our insurance, be able to have bonding capacity, all those things. And I know it's unfair, but that's who said it. This is not an easy business. But we did all that, and then we became that husband that Turner can say, guess what? I can give an opportunity. And we want to thank the GMSDC. I want to thank NAMAC. I want to thank Turner and everybody who have participated in our growth. By the way, this is a community participation. I'm going to give credit to a lot of people who are here who have vested in us being who we are today.
No, that's excellent. And one of the things I heard in that, I'm actually going to also toss this actually to the other MBEs. I'm going to ask this question a different way back to Teresa and Makita. You also have to present yourself as a solution to a problem, right? And that's oftentimes when I talk to entrepreneurs, they're more focused on selling what they have versus really understanding the company that they're working with, and they're actually solving a problem for those companies. So Al, I'll start with you. Actually, now I'll come back the other way. We'll start Al, and then we'll go back the other way. Talk about how you position yourself as a solution to a potential problem that your customers or clients have.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Paul. So going back to my original comment about understanding the customer. And so, when we partner up, what I didn't say in talking about Hartsfield and those associations that we're involved with is that we work with 12 different airports now across the Southeast out to Dallas. So Tampa, Orlando, Raleigh, North Carolina, Mobile, Birmingham, PDK, et cetera. So, and I was thinking about normally like in a pursuit, and we've teamed with a partner and we're submitting, and you can kind of lay back as the sub or as a JV partner, or you go and contribute more than your share, right? So you try and bring institutional knowledge. There are things that a prime consultant or a prime contractor just isn't going to know about an organization that you know. For us, and the way we approach, going into understanding the organizations, We say there are officers, there are soldiers, and there are advocates. And so we're trying to earn advocacy in these relationships. And going back to my comment about grace, it's like you don't know where your advocacy is going to come from. It could be the security guy who gives you insight about the organization. It's attending the board meetings. And so what happens, the market recognizes that you have institutional knowledge about the customer. And they're willing to do business with you and to team with you with that customer. Now, for us and as a community, what's important to understand is that for those partners, the way you distinguish a partner is their willingness to take you into their community, right? So if you have a solid relationship and they enjoy your service and they feel like you add value to what they're doing, they're going to take you into their community. And it's going to become a reciprocal relationship, and that's how you spread out geographically. So that's really the focus. If I had a single point, is to bring additional knowledge that added partnering and insight to the organization that we're working with. And that could be at the airport, that could be at MARTA, that could be here in DeKalb County, that could be with GDOT, that could be at the Tampa airport, that could be with the Alabama DOT, et cetera. Bring value to the relationship.
Excellent. Ori?
No, I completely agree. Like when we look to work with minority partners, I'm looking for someone that is bringing more than just that certification to the table. And as you mentioned, it's being a partner that is going to help us when it comes to, if it's helping us find brands, if it's politics. I think that's also important, is kind of building your own relationship. So as we're going after business, we're not the only ones that's putting in all the work to go get it. So the more value you bring, the better. And it does create those opportunities where we're saying, okay, they're local in Atlanta, it makes sense. But then those are going to be the same partners that we look at when we go to Seattle and we say, oh, let's work with them. They're such a great partner here in Atlanta. Let's take them and expand them elsewhere. So it's a few things. It's one, I love that you said business is like a marriage, because that's really what it is, especially with our business. We're in 10-year contracts. So the first thing, and my aunt is our CEO, it's very important to her that it feels good. Like it shouldn't just be a transaction. It should feel like somebody that we want to get into a marriage with. And also being prepared, right? First thing we might ask is, okay, are they good people? Second thing is, do they have the financial capacity? And if they don't, there's ways that we might look to say, okay, how can we support them? But because they're bringing the politics or because they've got the right concept. So it's ways around, some things that can be barriers, and that consistency following up. There's some people where I'm like, they're almost following up where it can be like overbearing, but it's like, those are the people, it's like, look, they're trying to go get it. Let's work with them. So I think it's multiple ways. And sometimes for us, we can play on both sides. We play on the side of working with minorities, and we're also ones that are trying to find ways to partner with other prime companies or find minorities that we can partner with as well. So it's a lot of things, but I think most important is value, bringing the value.
So Daniel, do you have any brief thought on that?
One of the things that we wanted to do as an organization was to be a great electrical contractor before becoming certified. And isn't that it was something that we decided, we said we need to be somebody that had a good reputation as an electrical contractor and then become certified in whatever, DVE or minority certification. How did that help? Well, I remember Teresa saying, I hear good things about 5 Points Electrical. And that was before we even did business with her. And it is awesome to hear that from somebody who you're trying to do business with or that you want to be partnered with. And you have to work on that reputation. You know, even if it's something small, you have to give your word. And I'm very old fashioned. If I say this, that's what I'm going to do. And that's how our company is founded. So those are things that are value that customers love and that you bring to the table. But also, imagine now that you have to fill that, whatchamacallit, you know, basically the level of minority certification, and now you have a good electrical contractor that you can rely on. Guess what, Daniel? Here's the call. So work on your business, work on creating a good reputation as a small, and then that's going to work itself his way around and give you a good reputation when you really want to go for something bigger.
Absolutely.
Can I just add something?
Right before you do that, I'm gonna let both of you answer. But so if there are any questions from the audience, I'll go ahead and gather by the mics. And I'll let you, Teresa and Makita, answer that question also.
I think you talked about having a problem, and I don't think people realize this. My problem is this. I have clients like Delta, Hartsfield-Jackson, Center for Disease Control. We're a federal contractor. Here's my problem. We win an award with them, and if I don't satisfy my contractual agreement of minority utilization, I lose. I don't like to lose. I can't do my job without you. We are a construction management firm. That means we self-perform very little. Our business totally relies on the trades getting the jobs done, and you being successful makes me successful. And I need all the help I can to make me look good. So when people are like, oh, they don't want to work with us. No, when Daniel came to me, we didn't have enough minority electrical firms out at the airport. I have a 37.8, well, it depends on the project, 25 and 10, depending on the project, what I've got to meet. Delta puts a percentage on the jobs that we do with them in order for me to be successful. And some of the largest trade packages were electrical. My back was against the wall. So he didn't know this. He was stalking me. I was wooing him. I needed him. I needed him to be successful. And I now can get 100% minority participation on an electrical package because the city of Atlanta, anything over $5 million, it can't go to one contractor. It has to be a JV. That JV could be 2 minorities. So I'm good with that. So that was a benefit to me. So that's how he helped solve my problem. So I don't think you all understand that when you're approaching these large companies, you think, oh, they don't want to work with me or there's so many barriers. No, we will race those barriers and hurdles because you're actually helping us. So we want to help you be successful.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I definitely echo everything you said, Teresa, but one of the other things, like I mentioned, our problems are public because we're a public company. Again, reading the 10Ks, the 8Ks, but also listening to the quarterly earnings as well, and understanding where your company, solution, service, whatever it may be, fits into our supply chain, and come talk to me about that. You have to be able to figure out where your product, your service solution can actually, fit. So for example, we talked about janitorial services, right? That's actually really big for us, not only for our facilities, but our sky clubs, the terminals, but also cabin cleaning. Right. So if you come talk to me and say, hey, I have a janitorial company. Okay, what channel are you talking about? I need you to understand which channel it is and then come talk to me about that. So I'm able to connect you with the right person, or I'm able to coach you on your presentation before I connect you. So that's one thing that I'll add. Was there another part of your question?
Nope, that's it. You hit it. Yep. Thank you.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Any burning questions? We have time for one. Maybe one question. I'll let you arm wrestle for it. Who wants to answer the question? All right. So we're not gonna have any questions. That's fine. So let's say in 30 seconds each, one final thought that you would have for our audience, just in terms of insight, information, wisdom that you would like to share.
I know one of the things that we've discussed is people are worried about the laws that are trying to erase D&I programs and supplier diversity. And I do want to say, I know things, who knows what's going to happen, but companies like ours will stay steadfast. We will find ways to continue to do business, to have economic growth of minority and small businesses, because that's what our country's been built on. And so although as a federal contractor, we'll do everything we can to remain compliant, our internal strife will continue. We've been doing this since 1969, when it wasn't cool. It may not be cool now, but we'll still continue to do so. And we'll seek out clients that have those same commitments. So although it may change the way it's done, it will continue to be done.
Yeah, I was kind of deliberating which way I wanted to go with that, but I think from a community standpoint, and even the DE&I question and some of the debate that's out there now and some of the court proceedings, I think we just simply as a community, we have to close ranks. If some of the publicly traded companies intend to dismiss some of their programs, well, we need to align ourselves against their practices and just go to their competitors. Right, if it's ABC bottling company wants to dismiss their diversity program, we have to work with our trade associations to build out those partnerships. Those things are critically important. And then also in the spirit of partnerships, as I kind of talked about it, one of the things that we push hard for is partnering agreements, teaming agreements, just making sure that we consummate our understanding of our business engagement after the procurement process. You can find yourself on teams and it doesn't happen, right? So it's critically important, I think, to make sure you have those teaming agreements in place, and then you want to enforce them, because there are some abuses out there, and you have to be very protective of that, of protecting your backlog. So, and closing ranks, collaboration. Joint ventures, we think about joint ventures, as mentioned earlier, prime consultants and maybe minority firm, but we use joint ventures across different industries, different markets where joint ventures are not required. However, it does give us a competitive advantage. So we have to be collaborative with the people that we know. So thank you.
Partnerships are important. Heard the other day, I'd rather have 25% of a watermelon than 100% of a grape. Right. So go ahead.
That's a great point. And I would like to say for just the airport concessions or retail space that it's not a fast game. This is, a lot of times, like for us, our first opportunity did not even come at Hartsfield-Jackson. It came in LAX. And it had to do with the relationships. I think relationships, and in the airport space, location. So I would say that, stay steadfast. Like things don't happen like this because we're usually in 10 to 12-year contracts, but just staying on top of it, getting everything together for when stay ready so you don't have to get ready. I think is the most important thing.
Thank you.
My kind of closing thoughts would be, we're all looking for you all. We're looking for your products. We're looking for your services. We're looking for your innovation. We're looking for the value that you all bring, but y'all just got to help us help you and help us understand where exactly can you fit. And I think that is really, truly, especially for me, especially for Delta, that's the first step. If you can get, there, which I hope it's not too much to ask, but if you could at least get there and communicate that to me, then I think we're moving.
And in my case, the only thing I want to mention is please be patient with yourself. Sometimes, you see, like you said, the fruit so wonderful out there, and you're like, I'm not going to be able to get that. Please be patient with yourself, because if you're not, then you're going to take opportunities that might not be the best ones for you. you're going to go into problems that are probably going to destroy your business. Remember the situation with business that is the worst, cash flow, right? The word cash flow, everybody hates it, right? Because of how the nature of the business is, if you take more than what you can handle, you're not going to be able to handle it. It's simple as that. So be patient with yourself. Make sure you grow ergonomically and you're going to be successful. And there's all these people that are surrounding you that want your success because they want you to also provide that success for others.
Thank you. So definitely been my pleasure. Absolutely. Ashley, can we give all our panelists a hand just for the insights and information that they shared? Absolutely. Oh, y'all didn't hear me. I said give all the panelists a hand. Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you all so much. We are ready to break for lunch. I want to ask the panel, would you stay for a photo? I'd appreciate that. But lunch will be right out of the doors, just like yesterday. It is going to be a working lunch, but we'll give you about 30 minutes so you can network and take a break and get your food and so on. And then we're going to keep this train moving. But please give another round of applause for this incredible panel. Thank you so much. Thank you, Paul. Welcome aboard. And so we'll take a picture real quick.
So I'm like, that makes all of us think.
Yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately. Listen.
Excuse me, everyone. Lunch will be ready in 10 minutes, please. Give us 10 minutes for lunch.
Always something I got to deal with, right?
Right. There we go.
Boys, and we, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep our collaboration going. We have to do it because these things are at risk. We have to be clear. Research. Yes, if I will. Use those two powers. Well, let's meet. So we're not just. There you go.
Wow, I knew.
I'm fine. And I think you've done that. Small businesses, so I support my genius. Question for you. So I'm a courier company, but on top of that, I'm starting to go into the federal space as a contractor that subs out. So bidding on things and then finding. So how can I market that within the prime contractors? Because I will be the person that will help find the companies that can cover.
They love that.
Okay.
That's not a problem, but.
Right.
So, yeah. I find out which kind of contract you want to
Yeah. Well, I have that, but I also have a business. You know what I mean?
Tell them that. Be
So,
completely
yeah.
honest. Tell them because they're just going to be $100.
Right, exactly. Like like candle, like.
Exactly. I got it.
I'll find something else.
Exactly.
Hi, Michelle Robinson.
Didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for answering the phone, coming to the call and participating. I really appreciate it.
If you ask me, you know what I'm gonna do.
I'm glad you asked him to come.
Yeah,
Very
no, I
good.
appreciate
Yeah.
it.
No. For me, Teresa is awesome. I mean, they all are, but Teresa has a very good place in my heart.
Very humble beginnings, and I love how you take us through, you know, how you got to where you were. And I love the fact that you guys are partnered and you know, lifted.
And we helped each other.
Exactly. You will be married to me.
Yeah. That's right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I heard a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, please grab your lunch because we are going to start our powerful fireside chat in 5 minutes or less. So please grab your food. You can keep networking. We want you to do that, but hurry because we want to be respectful of our fireside chat guests. Thank you so much.
So we go from cradle to grave. Part two. Yeah. Down to, yeah, 7 years. How long have you been up? Yeah. Oh, it didn't. I thought we were all, but no. Don't worry. What I think when the land was out of water, our experience is the further. Like 5,000. There Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you know, it's not my thing, but What's your name? Yeah. Okay, I work with the here. Yeah, I'm the manager for the running that program.
Need your shoulder. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, everyone. We are about to start our fireside chat. We're going to let the others come on in, but we're going to get started and to be respectful to our guests. So I'm going to call to the stage. If we can have George, say it, Guillaume. George Guillaume is coming to the stage, Mona Hardy and Brian Wright. These are our Delta executives who are going to spend time with us. Come on up and have a fireside chat. Thank you all for your respectful, quiet. Feel free to eat your lunch, but we are getting started. Does everyone have a mic? Yes, good.
Do now.
Do you, Mona?
Hello.
You do not. Is there one in a chair? Okay, I think everybody's mic'd up. We are ready to go. John, though, help me. Pass me my folder. Thank you. Appreciate you. So, welcome to Atlanta, George. Thank you for flying in. He flew in from the DC, DMV area, as I call it. Maryland, we appreciate you making time out of your busy schedule. And so, yes, let's give him a round of applause and a warm Georgia welcome. Well, thank you all for being here. So this is an opportunity for us to really just learn more about Delta Airlines and how Delta is doing the work that you do and how you, as some of the key leaders in the organization, are doing work that connects to what we're talking about at this conference. So let's start with you just giving a brief introduction of who you are, your role, and just briefly what you do at Delta.
Yeah, so I'll start. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brian Wright. I'm the Director of Global Leadership Learning and Development at Delta Airlines. I'm originally from Maryland. Go Ravens. Shout out Ravens. Football season about to start. And my role at Delta is I lead leadership development, coaching, and our learning and skilling strategy. And I work with a number of peers across the company to help grow our people, grow our pipeline, and hopefully grow our economy to boot.
Okay, Mona. There's a little button.
It's green. First, Brian, how long have you been at Delta?
I've been at Delta for 10 years this year. It'll be 10 years.
And how many roles have you had at Delta?
I've had many roles at Delta. So I started out as a human resources leader and then held a number of different talent management, HR, international skilling roles. And for the last 5 years have been leading our learning and development, leadership development strategy.
Fantastic.
Thanks for the assist.
I'm here to help.
That teamwork. See how they work at Delta?
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you doing? Good to see everybody. I am Mona Hardy. I always say first and foremost, I'm Mona Hardy. I am Cameron and Carolyn's mom. They're 21 and 18. Woo! And I am Cody, our Labradoodle's mom. And I'm Bob's wife, first and foremost. All right. So I currently contribute to paying the mortgage by serving at Delta as our managing director for performance and adoption in our reservations and customer care division. So I have been with Delta for 8 years. This past Saturday was my 8-year Delta-versary, which is pretty awesome. And I was asked, that's why I prompted Brian a little bit to just share a little bit of my journey, which is a testament for the Delta culture. Again, I've been here 8 years, and I came into the organization in the IT division, working directly for our CIO. I spent about 18 months in IT doing a transformation for technology transformation, and then was moved over to the business side into reservations and customer care, where I currently serve. So I've been in res and care since 2018, but since 2018, I have served in a customer experience strategy role. So started in IT doing technology transformation, then came over to the business, customer experience strategy. How do we really redefine how we serve our customers focused on you all? I did that for a while. And then COVID hit, and Delta doing what Delta does, focusing on the strengths of our people. I'm known as a strong people leader. Delta asked me to go into the field, go into the front line and serve our frontline team members through COVID. So I went into the operation and I led the Atlanta, Augusta, Cincinnati, and Tampa engagement centers. So I ran the East during COVID. Friends, that was something, right? That was something. So privilege, hardest job I've had in my professional career, most fulfilling role I've played in my professional career, to be that close to our frontline team members, to be there to lift them and empower them, and that close to our customers was incredible. I got promoted last year. I've been in this role where I'm currently serving for about 18 months. And the functions that I lead in our division are employee engagement function. I lead our learning, training, and development functions. I lead our people performance analytics team, and I lead our change management functions. So pretty vast scope. And this is something we'll talk about here today, just how we focus on our skills, not just the degrees, but the skills of our talent and how we grow those. And then the other thing that I'll say that connects with you all, prior to joining Delta, 20 years out there being an entrepreneur and an intrapreneur. So prior to Delta, I launched the Georgia Tech cable network for Georgia Tech for the Olympics back in '96, helping Georgia Tech get ready for being the Olympic Village. I launched that. I worked for a startup, a .com, that I was early in to join, and it ended up going public and then blowing up. I worked for the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation, and I started a wholly owned subsidiary of the British Broadcasting Corporation called BBC Technology. I started BBC Technology, myself and 4 others. BBC Technology North America. We grew it and sold it to Siemens in 3 years for $650 million. We did that. That was a quick ride, and then joined another startup. I didn't make $650 million, but I grew the business that for BBC. It was had a 10-year plan, and we got there in 3. I've also joined a startup that was a staffing company, transitioned that into a consulting firm, grew to become the CEO, and sold my majority shares of that back in 2015, the year before I joined Delta. So I've also been on the minority owned business side. I've started things and invested things within an organization, so intrapreneurial and entrepreneurial, and companies like Delta valuing the skills that it takes, the resilience that it takes to be able to deliver on things like that. So I'm Mona. Nice to meet
That's
you.
Mona, everybody. Give her a round of applause. That's amazing. What an amazing journey. Okay, George, let's hear about your role.
Well, I picked the wrong seat because I don't know how I can follow that up. All right. First off, it's an honor and a privilege for me to be here to share my journey and what I do at Delta Airlines with you all. So my name is George Guillaume, and I serve as the Director of Design and Construction for the JFK redevelopment. What the JFK redevelopment is, it's a $1.5 billion project to expand Terminal 4 at JFK International Airport which allowed Delta to consolidate its operations, as well as enjoy some operational efficiencies by being in one consolidated building. And also it provided new amenities to improve our customer service. My journey at Delta started 10 years ago. I started off as a regional manager overseeing, small projects from, painting an office to, refresh or renovations of sky clubs. Projects range anywhere from, $1,000 up to $3 million. In 2016, I was promoted to serve as the deputy program director for the $4 billion terminal at LaGuardia Airport. That terminal, the
billion with a B.
The first mega project in my career, JFK being the second. That project was a full replacement of Delta's facilities at LaGuardia Airport. So replacing the aging terminals, because it was 2 terminals, with a state-of-the-art 1.3 million square foot terminal. All the state-of-the-art features, providing Delta's hub with a, what I call the crown and the jewel in Delta's crown with regards to a facility that is worthy of, us being the best airline. I had to plug that in. So after serving in that role for about 5 years, I was promoted to my current role. I've been in the role since 2021. The project is a $1.5 billion project of Terminal 4, as I mentioned, expanding Terminal 4. And we are on pace to complete the final element of that program next week. So it was a very fast-paced project, very difficult because a lot of the procurement and activities were executed during the worst supply chain and inflationary period, but we were able to persevere and deliver the project on time and on budget.
Incredible. So why don't we now kick in? I'm going to stick with you, George, and talk a little bit about that humongous project. First of all, going from managing $3 million projects to a $1 billion project, that says tons about George, doesn't it? Yes. So we're like, you're amazing. And it also says to me a lot about the culture of Delta Airlines, that you have opportunities to move. How many times do you talk to people they've been hired for a role and 10 years later, they're still in the same role. Now, some people, that may be what they want. But I think a lot of people want opportunity to grow and take on more responsibility and do new things. And all three of you really are reflecting that. So talk a little bit, if you will, about the minority participation in that process. And I know it's a challenging period. You talked about the circumstances. Any highlights from that side of the project would be appreciated.
Yeah, definitely can talk about that. So I mentioned the numbers. LaGuardia, that program was about $4 billion. The JFK program, 1.5 billion, for a total of $5.5 billion of construction activity in the Queens area. One thing I'm very proud to say is Delta, the way we delivered our projects, we delivered it as not only the developer, but also as the general contractor. So all of the contracts from design services to program management to trade work, all of that was held by us. And it allowed us to be able to be fully embedded with the team and to drive participation with minority business, as well as other aspects of as the airline delivering the project. We were able to ensure that the project was delivered in a way that minimized disruption to the operation. But talking more about MWB participation, by allowing us to be close to it with our delivery method, we impacted everything from the way we procured the work. When we looked at the work packages, we broke them up in a manner that would maximize the opportunities for MWBE firms. For example, when we looked at scope to renovate a hold room, right? Instead of letting the project out as one project that incorporated all the mechanical, electrical, plumbing trades, as well as carpentry, we understood where the need was from a minority perspective, and we broke the work apart, where we bid the carpentry work separate from the electrical work, right? Because once you make the packages much smaller, it now opens up the opportunities for these smaller firms to be able to participate. And one thing I'm very proud of, the work that we did in New York, I can say today that we have awarded almost $2 billion worth of work to minority and women-owned businesses in New York. And yeah.
So let's see, let's now go to Brian. And we've heard and we see that, and we're grateful that Delta is a company that openly, and as part of your key strategy and culture of your company, are continuing to have historically embraced diversity, equity, and inclusion. Talk a little bit about Delta's DEI strategy, and how does that play out in terms of upward mobility? And when you look to the future of Delta, what kinds of opportunities should we be making sure our young people are aware of so they can target Delta as an employer of choice?
Yeah, thank you, Nancy. I think what you're seeing up here is Delta living its values in action from a diversity, equity, and inclusion standpoint. So I'll just start there. We're lucky enough to have a CEO that's, his mission and his strategy is to make sure that DE&I is a foundation of not just our talent strategy, but of what we call our flight plan, which is our business strategy. And obviously, being headquartered in a city like Atlanta, we have to represent that. And an airline with 100,000 people servicing the world, we want to make sure that we represent the environment that we serve and the world that we serve. And so our D&I strategy is foundation and core to our values, and it's focused on three key areas, and that is actively seeking diversity, and that's both internally and externally, and not just from a talent acquisition perspective. So we partner with a lot of organizations to bring in diverse talent, visible diverse talent, obviously, but we also look at how the diversity of our suppliers. And so we're very intentional about ensuring that we not only have a visible representation of diversity, but also that diversity of thought. And when you look at a lot of our talent initiatives, We have 60,000 strong in our front line that have the view of our customer better than any of us on this seat. And so one of the things that we have said was internally, we want to make sure that 25% of all of our jobs, particularly our professional level jobs, are filled by our front line, which is our most diverse population internally. And so with that 25% last year, we actually exceeded that. We broke up, I believe, above 35%. We launched an apprenticeship program. Yes, shout out. Yep, over 30. We launched an apprenticeship program last year where the goal was to try to create more opportunity for our frontline to move into the roles that they already had skills in, but perhaps we didn't know they had those skills. And so I'll talk a minute about how that intersects with our talent strategy. But that goal for that program as a pilot, we only had a goal of about 25 apprentices. They were so successful, that initial 25, that we ended up tripling it. And so by the end of this year, we would have graduated over 100 apprentices from our frontline that now perform in analytical, IT, operational, and even HR strategy roles across the business. And so when we talk about actively seeking diversity, we are actively seeking diversity, both visibly and from a perspective standpoint.
So that the apprenticeship concept is growing, and that's really important. Now, is that an apprenticeship program that is cultivating existing employees? So you have to get in the door first, but then you have this opportunity to move up into that area?
Yeah, so that's just lane number one, right? And so we have both an internal and external focus there. So that second piece of our diversity strategy is boldly pursuing equity. And keyword under boldly. And what we talk about when we talk about equity, it's equity across all stages. And so Delta has launched a number of different initiatives around health equity. And so we offer now IVF paid as part of your benefits, something that we didn't offer before, and had a really great storytelling across our company of people who've been able to benefit from those resources. Pay equity, we launched new pay processes to ensure that our people are paid adequately and competitively in the marketplace. And then talent equity, which is where your question is headed. And so in addition to our apprenticeship program, we're now becoming a skills-based organization. And so our entire talent management strategy, which I help lead, is now rooted based on skills. And so in the past, we put a lot of emphasis on legacy requirements like degrees, time and jobs, where research shows that if you focus your hiring and development decisions on skills, you have a 5-time greater predictor of success than if you hire solely on education and time and job alone. We know that to be fact statistically. Delta has proven that to be factual in some of our programs. And so now when we relaunch our apprenticeship program, it will be solely focused on our internal talent that do not have degrees, because now our processes, our talent acquisition processes are now sound enough, rooted in skills, where the people that actually have the skills of the job will find an easier path to get there as opposed to what they experience today. In terms of externally, we've invested in a number of different partnerships where we're now able to offer some of our external talent who are interested in Delta a pathway into the company as well. And so we're on a path to partner with a number of different school systems across some of our hub cities to offer programs as an entryway into aircraft maintenance technician, where you're able to get your license there. We're working with K through 12 education to put some of that curriculum in the high school so that when you graduate, you're already halfway there. And then many of you have probably already heard of our Propel program, which is part of our entry path into pilot roles. And so that's continuing to grow. And so we're really proud of our D&I strategy and how that's intersected to a lot of success in our talent strategy.
That's amazing. And I know, what is the percentage of Black pilots that actually work for Delta? I know it's not probably that great, but that's okay. I'm just curious because it's wherever there are lanes where we're not present, to me, that just means opportunity, right? And opportunities, we need to particularly plant those seeds with our youth. So as they're thinking about their futures, we can broaden their perspectives so their drive toward educational post-secondary pursuits can be in the right spaces, STEAM obviously being one of them. But just curious about that. Do we have Black pilots? I've seen one.
Of course we have Black
one.
pilots. Don't know that stat right offhand, but you hit it right. It's a journey.
Yes.
Obviously we've got opportunity in a number of different lanes in our talent strategy. And that goes back to what I just mentioned, right? We are boldly pursuing that equity and consciously ensuring that there's inclusivity in our decision-making, that our top of the house and our leadership is equitably representative of our population and the world that we serve. And we launch a number of different employee-driven initiatives through our business resource groups. We have about 12 business resource groups across a number of different affinity areas that help inform our strategy, including our talent strategy. And they were the catalyst behind our Close the Gap strategy, which is right now focused on equity in talent management and mobility for Black, Hispanic talent and women specifically. Knowing that that's
110 comes in as one of the pathways to get there.
Yeah, 110 is one of our partners, like many. And so 110 was a really good thought leader in our ability to understand what it really takes to be a skills-based organization. And so they, among many of our partners, have been with us on this journey along the way.
All right, so Mona, reservations is your front line to the work, that's your customer base, right? That's how we connect with the company. So what is the career laddering path in that space to come into the company, say, doing call center potentially? Is that operated internal, or is that something that is outsourced?
That's a great question. So we currently have a majority of our reservations and customer care team members are Delta employees. We have business partners in Asia that support a small percentage of the calls and interactions. But to your point, I think people may be surprised that a higher percentage of our reservations care customer care team members interact with our front line than any other operating group. So some may think, oh, the flight attendants, that's who spends the most amount of time with our customers, or our airport folks, that's who spend, it's our reservations care and customer care team members that spend the most amount of time with you all on the phone, in chat, over email, messaging, et cetera, supporting you all. So we have frontline team members, they come on in at entry pay. And we have identified opportunities there as we lean into the DE&I strategy that Brian's been talking about. We started to hear a couple things from our front line. The data was showing, but also importantly, our people were telling us, while we have development tools, Brian's team provides a whole lot of learnings for how you can get better at your job that you're in. Right? And our learning teams, how we can get better at the jobs that we're in. They weren't feeling, and the data is showing a career pathing to help them get to the next level, right? So we heard that, and the data was showing that. The other side of that was at headquarters, there's 300 of us at headquarters. There's 8,500 out on the front line supporting you. At headquarters, we were also seeing a couple things. One, no pathway of talent. Right? As opportunities were coming up, we didn't have the pipeline there. And two, something that Nancy and Brian talked about, the diversity of thought and perspective as we are developing products, as we're developing policies, as we're developing processes, et cetera, to roll out to support our frontline. We didn't really have the frontline voice, right? So that diversity of thought and experience was missing. So we have, as a division, really had a lot of the things that Brian talked about at the corporate level. We've had it come to life in reservations and customer care. I'll talk about 4 things real quick that we're doing. The first is the SDA program, Strategic Development Assignment. We decided that, similar to the apprentice program, right, that the corporate team has started, we decided that we'd look across our roles at headquarters and where can we identify opportunities to create a role that we can take high-performing frontline team members, bring them in to immerse them at headquarters and have them develop and grow, give them a mentor, give them a real role on a real project in the real corporate world and develop them. we ended up right now, like in April, when we took a look at it, we had, after developing this for a year, we have 29 different roles that we have created in our division at headquarters for our frontline people. And we have in March, over 200 high-performing frontline people that are in these 29 different jobs. So there may be 30 people doing this kind of job, 30, and the kinds of roles, data and analytics, it's communications, marketing, learning design, designing learning content. Since they've experienced, they know what they need to learn the job, right? HR roles, all kinds of roles. So we also took a look back at how we performed in 2023 for the folks who went through SDA assignment in 2023. 30% as of March were in an elevated role. They had been promoted into something else. That's an applause. That's an amen. That's a something, right? So that's been really incredible. And when we talk about upskilling, just sharing one of the roles that we created this year, critical business need, a skill that's really hot in the market. We need to figure out how we empower ourselves with AI to better serve our people and serve our customers. And we sure do have 7 frontline people on our AI team learning those skills to helping develop that technology, test it so that we can add value. The power, the skill set that these team members are going to have, the marketability coming out of that. So our SDA program is one of the programs that we're doing internally. We have a very similar one that we launched in March called the LDA program, the Leadership Development Assignment. So similarly, look across the front line, where are the high-performing leaders of people out there, and how do we bring them in to GO, our headquarters, give them again, put them on real projects, real opportunities, and develop them, allow them the opportunity for exposure with the senior leaders and develop their skills and grow. So we have 9 people that started in our first cohort a few months ago on our LDA program. So we're really, really, really proud of that. The other thing that I'll talk about, the third thing is, if you can't see it, it's hard to be it. Delta has a day in the life program that we have really leaned into in reservations and customer care. So we've partnered with the airport customer service teams and in-flight, but we've started with airport, and we have provide an opportunity. You don't have to be high performing. You just need to put your hat in the ring, say, I'm interested, I'm curious, I want to understand what it means to work at the airport in a variety of different roles. What does a day in the life in that role look like? And you raise your hand, and we random draw, and we grab people, and we pull you out of the operation and have you go shadow for a day, and vice versa. You pull people out of the airport, come see what it's like to be in these types of roles over here in the operation. So that has gone over so well, the Day in the Life program. And you know what? That drives a better customer experience for you all as well. Because if the person on the phone knows what it's like and the line at the airport that you're in, and they understand what the role is of the person in the airport, and how they can serve you better. That's the third thing. And then the fourth thing that I would mention that we've leaned into in partnership with our DE&I team and folks on Brian's team is how we partner and enable opportunities for our community. You know, Delta leans into the community. One example that we're so proud of right now, it has not launched yet, but it's about to, is there's a nonprofit here in town. There's a 501c3 called City of Refuge, right? Yes, you have satellite. Well, our DE&I team has been working with them, partnering with them, and we worked on an opportunity that we have developed from scratch where we can upskill folks who are at City of Refuge. We're upskilling them with call center, customer engagement center skills. We're augmenting our existing training program. And we are empowering them with the skills to be able to have frontline entry-level jobs in our division. And we've got an area set aside just for them in one of our engagement centers, pouring into them with the goal to hire 100% of them once we get them through training. And this is who we are. This is who we are.
And if I could underscore something that Mona was just talking about, right? Just sort of bridging something that I mentioned earlier to you, Nancy. You know, internally, we look at Delta as a microcosm of our society. And so the same level of personalization and travel experience that we've sort of grown to be known for from our customer perspective, we're trying to build that same level of career enrichment experience for our people, right? And we're sort of naming it, giving you your passport to grow. And so a lot of these opportunities where we want our people to be able to own their own career development, map out where they want to be. Now you'll have visibility and line of sight for how the skills you have today can complement the role that you're in and how you can build skills for the roles that you want tomorrow. That opens up the pipeline for all those opportunities that Mona's been talking about. And so if we provide our people with a roadmap for how to be successful within the sort of map of Delta, and that creates opportunity for other people to be able to come in and bring us perspective that we don't have today. And so the talent pipeline and how we move our talent along, knowing that prior to the pandemic, about 90% of the things that we're doing today from a talent management standpoint, we weren't doing back then before the pandemic. Mona and I were laughing that I inherited kind of like, oh my God, what am I going to do with all this, right? And so in a matter of 4 years, you know, collectively, we've been able to bring a lot of success, not just to Delta, but more specifically to our people. And earlier I mentioned about society and how that impacts, economics. As we focus on equity and pay for our people, equity and opportunity for them to increase their pay, right? That contributes to society, that contributes to our economy. And so we can create that and sort of create room and start building the middle class within Delta with 100,000 people that we serve. That pays off in the community, right? And that creates opportunities in the community, right? The outreach that Mona and and our D&I team and the work that Angela's doing, right? The opening up the space in our airports to create more room for opportunity, more room for passengers. All those things translate to job and opportunities. And so we're looking 5 years ahead where a lot of companies are focusing on now. We've been thinking about what we're doing now about 5 or 6 years ago.
Oh. Okay, we're winding down. I got a question for George, and then I'm going to ask you a quick question to close. So George, as you're interacting, I know not necessarily directly, but you're certainly in the space where these minority firms are working on projects like yours. What are some of the best practices that you've seen that you could share with our audience around, these are the key things that you need to know and be about in order to be successful and scale your companies to this level?
So I'm sure most of you were here for the previous panels. I think they did a great job discussing what are the things that you need to be prepared for or you need to have to be a successful business. I sum it down to 3 things, right? Present, prepared, and persevere, right? You have to be present. You have to attend networking events. You have to go to outreach events. You have to be in the space, right? The only way you're going to know about the opportunities is if you're there, right? With regards to being prepared, right? You have to know your company. You have to be able to provide your elevator pitch when you're meeting with the different leaders and decision makers. You have to make sure that your documents are in place, right? Make sure that your company is certified in whatever you say you're certified in, or you have your capability statements. Everything that you need to be prepared, you have to have that available. And the last thing is you have to persevere, right? Because the opportunity may not come today. It may not come tomorrow, but if you continue to push and persevere, the opportunity will come. I'll give you a couple of examples. We had this one young lady that was pursuing work with us for 2 to 3 years, right? Her firm, she provides technical writing and communication. Well, at the time, we didn't think that we needed technical writing and communication. We were just focused on, we need program managers, project managers, trade people in order to execute the work. But as we were going through when we were negotiating our deal with the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, we realized there was a whole host of reports that we have to provide on a monthly and quarterly basis. And we looked at each other and we said, well, like, who's going to be tasked to do that? And this young lady, she was present, prepared, and she persevered. At every event that we went to, she was there, smiling, very pleasant. And immediately, she's the first person that came to mind. And we've given her, I mean, close to $1 million worth of contracts, providing technical writing for the programs. And from a capacity standpoint, she was able to leverage her work with Delta. And now she's working with other developers on the JFK program. And she is thriving. Her business is thriving. And she's working with, I believe, the MTA and other groups in New York because of the opportunity and the fact that, you know, she exhibited, you know, my 3 Ps. Another firm, a gentleman showed up to every event. He just wanted to clean, right? He said he does final cleaning. And as part of our work and breaking up the packages, we recognize that, hey, he's someone, he's local in the community. He's pushing, he really wants to do it. He, you know, says he's going to do a good job. He has the right qualifications. So we were able to carve out a package where he's doing the final cleaning for our projects for close to, I think, a little less than $2 million to final clean. Basically, once the construction is done, him and his team comes in and they do the final clean before the space is turned over to our operations team. So, you know, it's, as long as you execute on those 3 Ps, you know, you will find opportunities.
All right. Well, you know, is there, just to close out, is there anything else that a nugget we haven't touched on that you would want to leave with this audience? If you say, hey, I'm giving it all, it's all good. But if I'm going to start with you, Brian.
No, just thank you for your time. You know, somebody had mentioned it earlier, I think in the last panel, advice for the audience. Mine would be grace, giving yourself grace. We are all figuring this thing out. The beautiful thing is we're doing it together. You have a company like Delta that is here to support in any way we can and opening up opportunities for diverse suppliers. But Mona hit on something that was really key that I was going to touch on as part of my final point. And that is, you know, what are some of the things that we can do to start building opportunities for our people in the long run? And that is understanding how we can leverage AI for our success. It is fastly approaching. One of the things I share with my team, or the analogy I use with my team, is it's like standing on a train platform where if you're on the platform standing outside, the train's moving super fast and you're scared of it because of the sheer speed of it. But if you're inside of the train, you're moving with the train and the train is a bit slower. And so get yourself in that train of AI, understand it, understand some of the basics, the foundations of it, how it can strengthen your business. And then through strengthening your business, I think you can be a lot more competitive than some of our competitors outside of this room as you go for some of those contracts. And so if you can figure out a way to skill your people and yourselves and how to leverage AI for your benefit, I think that can put you a leg ahead for tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Mona.
I would say Delta's core values: integrity, care, resilience, and servant leadership. That's who we are. And I would say lean into, think about what that means to you all and your brand, and lean into that. That matters. And resilience, because again, I've been on that side and resilience. So integrity, care, resilience, and servant leadership. Think about that and how that applies to what you do every day, how you show up every day, and how you are serving in your community.
And you're going to close us out, George.
Well, I'm not going to close out with anything new, but again, making sure that you connect yourself with like-minded people, right? Like-minded firms, right? That is the key to success. I think on one of the other panels, the gentleman used an African proverb, and it went something along the lines of, if you want to go somewhere fast, you go alone, but if you want to go somewhere far, you go together, right? There's nothing wrong with being a joint venture, right? Look at your firm. Be honest with yourself, right? Be honest with your firm's capability and approach it from that perspective. And hey, we all need some help, right? So as long as you approach it from that perspective, knowing that, if I want to get far, I have to partner up, it's okay. And it's, as long as we get to a place of success, that is what matters.
Well, we're gonna drop the mic on that note. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause and thanks to our Delta leaders. Thank you for being here. Angela, thank you once again. We really appreciate our partnership with Delta. And I mean, look, it speaks for itself. I guarantee you after this, the brand of Delta is much better understood in this community and that's going to take, it's really going to resonate. I know all of us will share what we've learned today and yesterday. So thanks for your contribution.
Thank you.
So we'll take a pick and then we'll.
Yes, and Makita. How's it going?
Yeah.
Down.
Okay, so.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Please take your seats. We have a special guest this afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Please take your seats. We have a special guest this afternoon.
Doing that because you all respond. That's what's so beautiful. But we have our next speaker you don't want to miss. So please come back in, take your seats. We're going to move this program forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. You know, the next time I'm going to go, shh. I mean, that just worked, you know? But at this time, it really is my great pleasure to introduce the Georgia Department of Transportation Commissioner, Russell McMurray. Commissioner McMurray, please have a round of applause for the commissioner. Thank you for coming, Commissioner. Commissioner McMurray will talk with us about how the Georgia DOT serves Georgians by planning, designing, constructing, maintaining, and improving the state's transportation infrastructure. Commissioner McMurray will give us information about upcoming projects and the pathway to DBE firms to procure contracts. Ladies and gentlemen, our commissioner for the great state of Georgia, Russell McMurray.
Thank you, John. Well, good afternoon. Congratulations, you've made it to after lunch on day 2. That's something to celebrate in itself. And yes, I'm after lunch. So if you've got the full belly and settled in and some good AC, I totally understand. So, but first I want to thank Nancy for the invitation and the great work the Urban League of Greater Atlanta does. And very important work. And when this opportunity came about to be with you, I had some conflicts that we had to rearrange. And I want to first and foremost thank Stacy Key, who is a GDOT board member. Not only she's a GDOT board member, she's from the mighty 5th Congressional District. She makes me say that, and I'm okay with that. And of course, what Stacy does at Georgia Minority Supplier Development Council, what she does plays hand in glove into our conversations today and just trying to connect people and make opportunities happen across all of Georgia, which is very important. So anyway, when there's ever an opportunity to talk about infrastructure, I'm excited to do so. And I certainly wanted to thank you as the Urban League of Greater Atlanta to focus on infrastructure and how that turns into opportunity, because they are truly hand in glove, as I said. But first, I'm just going to set the table a little bit about Georgia DOT, because we get accused of a lot of things, both good and bad. So from time to time, and when you're stuck in traffic, now you know what I look like, right? So you can visualize that and, grip your steering wheel a little tighter. But as John said, we are the agency that's responsible for planning, designing, constructing, maintaining, and operating the highways, the state highways and interstates. Now, we're not responsible for city streets and county roads, but we do help out. And we do have great partners with our cities and counties. Because when it comes to transportation, I like to say this, and it applies to many, many areas, is we are all in this together. And that's what it takes, because transportation is very hard. And not only do we do those things on highways and interstates, but we also are a multimodal agency. And we support in many ways in transit, aviation, rail. Yes, we do have rail. I may mention that a little later as well. And waterways. We partner with our friends down at the Port of Savannah and the Port of Brunswick. So we are truly a multimodal agency. And a lot of times people just think about the highways, but I probably spend a large part of my time in those other modes of transportation, especially transit, aviation, and rail. So we are about 4,000 employees across the state, with the largest part of those employees being maintenance and operations folks. So when you see people working on the side of the road doing maintenance, those are generally our staff. So Georgia is sort of a big deal. You know, I try to tell my family that. They don't listen, but we're the 10th largest transportation network in the nation. And so we sort of lose sight of that being here from Georgia, right? We're, you know, obviously here in Metro Atlanta, we know how important it is, but we are a large transportation network. And so that comes with lots of responsibilities. One of the cool little transportation facts that you might win a question on Jeopardy with is Georgia has 15 interstates that connect to 1/3 of the continental United States. So a city that was founded on transportation in Metro Atlanta and the city of Savannah founded on transportation. Those interstates have great reach, which gives us really a competitive advantage when it comes to freight and things like that. And speaking of freight, I'll come back to that and talk about how important that is, because freight has just changed everything since the pandemic. I always like to ask people, you know, who's ordered something online this week? This is interactive, by the way. Okay. Who is planning to order something online this week? Okay, now this is the tricky one on how you answer. Who's ordering something right now? Okay. All right, it's fine. I know you are. It's okay. I know. You got to check your phone. I know. Feel free to check your phone. But anyway, it's really amazing to see how our freight connectivity, and also, as I mentioned, the Port of Savannah is so important to Georgia. Now, Georgia DOT is not directly tied to the Port of Savannah. We work very close with them. And then Hartsville-Jackson International Airport. Folks, you know, having that here is a game changer for the city and for the state. And it has a big impact on freight as well, believe it or not, is what comes in and out. If you're ever, you know, at the terminal, look on the other side of the terminal and you can see all the freight activity that's going on there, and it's continuing to grow. So that's just a little bit about, you know, GDOT and sort of what we do and who we are. But just let me give you a little bit about the future of transportation. Now, we're going to do a little thinking ahead, okay? And I always like this saying, it's said of leadership that a leader must first acknowledge his or her reality. Let me say that again. It is said of leadership that a leader must first acknowledge his or her reality. It's one of my favorite sayings. So here's our reality. Georgia is booming. I don't know if you noticed that. That's a good thing, right. Which means opportunity. And that's why we're here. So, you know, Metro Atlanta, now the 6th largest city in the nation, not the world, nation. It's 6.2 million people. And by 2050, 7.9 million people. 2050 sounds like a long time away. But do this math, we're almost equidistant to 2050 as we were to 1999. And I love my Prince cassette of 1999. Some of you are old enough to understand that. Others just YouTube that later. A great artist. So, and we were partying like it's 1999, which seems like yesterday. So I'm telling you, when 2050 will be here before we know it. And we're going to see tremendous population growth here in Metro Atlanta, which gives us a little bit of a challenge statement. Obviously, things are going well with a 3.1% unemployment rate in Georgia, which is great. So with this great population growth that we're expanding, that we know that's going to expand and happen, We have to think about mobility and transportation differently going forward. And on the regional level, let me tell you some of the things we're doing now that will be transformative, and it's going to take some time. We're continuing to, here in Metro Atlanta, focus on freight bottleneck relief. Just as I was talking about, we're ordering stuff and expecting it on our front doorstep or somewhere, in a day or two. We're frustrated at 2 days, right? We really want it in a day. And so that's going to continue to grow just as population grows for getting people in and around the greater metro Atlanta area. And so we've got a couple things underway now. One's just not very far from here at 285 and I-20 on the East Interchange, rebuilding that freight bottleneck and also just, antiquated old interchange with those ramps that trucks love to turn over on. And so we're underway with that. It's like a $780 million project. Obviously, with DBE goals attached to that project, large dollar amount too. I'll talk about that in a moment. And we're received proposals for I-285 and I-20 on the west side over by Six Flags, that area, just last week. And we'll make that announcement. It's about a $1 billion project. And so those two projects almost, if you add up all the total costs, are slightly over $2 billion. Now, again, that turns into opportunity because that is a tremendous dollar amount of work. And that's spread over several years, over about 5 years. Unfortunately, it takes a long time to build those big projects. But those are big, and we're doing those innovatively through something called design build finance, where we're asking the contractor to finance part of the cost so that we don't have to put all the money in at one time. Because if we put $1 billion in one project at one time, that has a big impact to other projects. So it's a way to continue to move projects forward and get the work done sooner. So those are two big things, but really about moving us around Metro Atlanta as people. And this is, again, I'm talking from a regional point of view, not a local point of view, but from a regional point of view. I'm really excited about how we're developing express lanes and developing an express lane system of new express lanes, not taking any existing lanes away, but adding new lanes that will be express lanes that have connectivity. And so we're going to be connecting express lanes together, which has a tremendous opportunity for moving more people. And have received proposals on State Route 400, about 16 miles from 280, just up at Marta North Spring Station, all the way up into Forsyth County. We'll make that announcement in August. These are public-private partnerships, and this is why I want to talk about these. This is, again, private sector bringing their money to the table to advance these projects that are multi-billion-dollar projects, and they all will have a DBE goals attached to them, but it's over and above what we're normally doing. And so they're bringing private equity to the table, and these are long deals. These are complicated 50-year agreements that we have with private sector. But to build, to design, build, and even operate and maintain those all will have goals on them. So that's additional work that's not even sort of in our base budget. I know Kimberly King was here earlier today and still here. Great, because I'm going to talk about you later. That just gives her a lot more work to do, and that's great. You can't give Kimberly too much work. She just gobbles it up and keeps working. So anyway, but doing some really big things. But let me tell you the other exciting part, because we're going to do State Route 400 and we're going to do sort of the top half of 285. And so we'll have 75, 400, I-85, and 285 all sort of connected together eventually as a system of express lanes. But what's really neat about that is how we're partnering to integrate transit into those express lanes. And to me, this is our future. So using technology like bus rapid transit, which is a higher capacity transit opportunity, we are planning that in 400. In the 400 corridor, we have planned and actually will build part of what will become MARTA station platforms for bus rapid transit that will, when you leave North Springs, you can ride the train up to North Springs, hop on a bus rapid transit, hop into the express lane that's going to be going speed limit plus. The bus will have to go the speed limit. Everybody else is doing the plus. Okay. So, and there will be platforms at 3 locations that it works just like a train. It's just running on rubber tires because it's working in those express lanes where there's not congestion. So historically, Georgia has not invested a lot in transit, but I'm excited to say that's changed. In fact, several years ago, there was $100 million bond, state bond for that project to make the accommodations for those transit opportunities as we did the express lanes on 400. It will be transformative, and we're very excited about that. Also in the public-private partnership agreement there, we put technical points so that we gave more points to who we're going to pick as a winner for them to do more transit work, including funding aspects to MARTA, that they will actually write MARTA a check to do things. So we put that into our procurement. Yeah. So we're like, we want you to be a savvy and want them to be savvy and think about transportation holistically. Now, on 285, truly the most historic thing I think's happened as it relates to transit and mobility happened just a few years ago when there was an agreement between DeKalb County, Fulton County, MARTA, so all, MARTA jurisdiction, the Department of Transportation, the Atlanta Regional Commission, the Toll Authority, Atlanta Transit Link Authority, Gwinnett County, and Cobb County all came together in one agreement that says when we do express lanes on 285, we've got to integrate transit into those express lanes, very similar to what we're doing on State Route 400. And that work, that MOUs turn now into work that Stacy will get a preview of on Thursday this week about what we're doing about where are people, where are jobs, and how do we integrate that opportunity that we have bus rapid transit that gets into the express lanes and gets people from where they live to job centers. And if you think about 285, there are major job centers, including new job centers, just right around the corner, really, here around Indian Creek and those areas that are continuing to grow. And so we're going to have some really fascinating data that connects those up so that we're integrating all that together. So I'm telling you, this is truly transformative, and it's going to take a minute, because this is really big work. 285 from I-20 to I-20 is around $20 billion in today's dollars. And so we're going to have to chunk this up into pieces, and it's going to take longer than anybody wants, but we're getting underway with that this fall to start on the 285 piece. So those are some really big things. So again, I'm sort of vision casting a little bit, but we're tangibly underway, moving things forward that will truly be transformative. And let me just speak again a minute about MARTA and the Atlanta Transit Link Authority. We've got great partnerships. We meet monthly. It's hard, most people don't know that, but we get together. We even like each other. That's even makes it better. We like each other and we work together. And the state is now contributing transit trust fund dollars to the Atlanta Transit Link Authority. A lot of that's gone to MARTA and then to the other 135 transit providers around the state. I know we have representatives from Urban League out of Columbus here. Columbus gets some of that money. Every time somebody takes an Uber or a Lyft or a taxi, there's a 50-cent fee that's collected. It now totals about $25 million. It's going to support transit around the entire state. So there's a lot of things going on there. Mm-hmm. Now, let me just state, I gave you the regional perspective. Let me just give you a little vision again on more of the local perspective, because technology is here, folks. I just left an event from yesterday with talking about automated transit systems, meaning no drivers. Who's ready to get in something with no driver? Who's been to the airport and rode the people mover? Yeah, there's nobody driving that. You got right in it. You didn't even ask a question. So you're just going where the herd's going, right? Everybody's getting in, everybody's getting out. I do the same thing. I just grab my suitcase and hop in. Technology is here, folks, and the technology has a huge ability to get what we call last mile, which may be 2 or 3 miles from wherever the rail stops, the BRT stops, the bus stops, that gets you the rest of the way for circulating. And so the Aerotropolis CID our airport CID down the airport's doing a pilot project. Cumberland CID up at the Battery area, they've got an autonomous shuttle running this past year. They're going to do it again. So there's great opportunity to connect people, and it's all about connecting people to where they are and where they need to go. And often that's jobs, healthcare, childcare, and connecting it all together is just amazing. And that technology is coming very, very soon. Let me go back to acknowledging reality. I picked on you about freight and ordering your stuff right now. Everybody get their order successfully done? Okay. Yeah, everybody's good. Okay. Well, listen, Georgia is growing, and we're growing jobs, and agribusiness is still our #1 economy in this state, which is crazy. But if we think about population, we all like to eat, right? So who doesn't like a good meal? So as population grows, so does agribusiness need to continue to grow to support that, support my habit of eating regularly. But also Georgia's really experiencing a manufacturing revolution. I don't know if you realize this, across the state. And some of it's very close here right in Metro Atlanta, and certainly has secondary benefits to Metro Atlanta for sure. And much of that's been driven by the EV market. Georgia will be the leader in EV for manufacturing of autos with what's going on down near Savannah with 8,500 jobs, $7.5 billion in investment by Hyundai. And just amazing to see, how many jobs, but it spun off growth for companies that do 100 jobs, 200 jobs, 300 jobs all around this state. And so it's just amazing to see what an impact that is. And very close to here, just a little further out I-20 at Covington, Georgia, their Archer Aviation is making an electric vertical takeoff and landing. So I just ask you if you want to ride in a autonomous vehicle, and not many of you put your hands up. So they're making electric vertical and takeoff landing aircraft. So who's ready for that? I got a few early adopters. I see that. Yeah, get you up and over traffic congestion. But again, that's neat to see. But all this manufacturing and agribusiness, we have to plan for the future. I gave you 2050, So planning out for 2050, we see that the freight tonnage moved on Georgia's roadways basically doubles. So every time you see a truck next to you somewhere on a road, think double vision and see 2 of them. That's the future we're headed for. And if you're on 285, a lot to do. So we're going to see freight tonnage double. So we've got to have a plan for that. And with the growth of 2 million people here in Metro Atlanta, and don't worry, we do have plans for that, but it's going to take continued investment, and it's going to take jobs to make all that happen. So that's really good. And let me go back to the saying about knowledge and the reality. Let me give you some realities. I know y'all have talked about the bipartisan infrastructure law, and I just was on a panel yesterday with 4 other state DOT CEOs talking about that. So you probably know all the details. I'm going to give you a high level. $1.2 trillion. Truly the most historic investment level in our nation's history. Just amazing. $1.2 trillion. Yeah, right. Over 50% of it now went to very important things. Energy, and Georgia's doing great in the energy sector. Broadband, still got work to do. Water, I'm not going to make any comments about water. I'm glad I'm not in the water business. And transportation. So a little less than 50% went to transportation, which is fantastic. What does it actually mean to Georgia DOT? What it really meant to Georgia DOT was reauthorization of a transportation bill for 5 years. And IIJA, or bipartisan infrastructure laws, a 5-year bill. And so what it meant to us was about a 20% increase in funding in the first year. And then every year after that, it steps up by 2%, with some funny Washington math thrown in there. Okay, so that is always good. More is always better when it comes to funding. Do we ever have enough funding, Stacy? No. So neither do you. Who has enough funding? Who's got plenty of money? Nobody, right? We all need more funding. So the reality, though, I have to give you is one that is not the one we thought was going to be the promise of bipartisan infrastructure law, because unfortunately, construction costs, property costs have outpaced the 20 24%. In fact, we're seeing resurfacing of just a road has gone up by about 80% over the last 3 years. Roundabouts have gone up, bridges have gone up about 60%. So we haven't quite kept pace with that initial promise. But what I've been saying is it's like the Charles Dickens classic, Tale of Two Cities. It's the best of times, it's the what? Worst of times. So we've got those two things going on, but for sure, thank goodness for the bipartisan infrastructure law, because without it, I probably wouldn't be here today talking to you. It wouldn't be that much fun. But it has done an amazing thing. And plus it's done other things as the grants. There's a lot of grants that Georgia has benefited from. One of the largest, in fact, was a very important project in downtown, the Stitch of reconnecting part of the downtown connector, and really doing a great job there of getting those funds and we're going to get started with that in partnership with the city and the downtown improvement district. So it's really done some important things. We're about halfway through that bipartisan infrastructure law. So we're going to start working with Congressman. I know Congressman Johnson was here yesterday. We got to start saying, okay, we got to keep it going. And we've got to change the narrative a little bit of once in a generational funding opportunity to once in a generational down payment. And then we got to keep the payments going because things are just costing more than they ever have. And we want to keep that positive momentum. And it needs to continue in all those other categories too, in energy, water, broadband, as well as transportation. But there's also other good news at the state level. Governor Kemp and the General Assembly put $1.5 billion additional dollars of the rainy day fund into GDOT's budget, which was very important. Yeah, very important. One of the important things they did was the first $250 million of that goes directly to cities and counties with no match. So cities and counties can try to deal with their increased cost in delivering projects as well. So that turns into more work. $98 million additional went to the airports beside Hartsfield-Jackson. Hartsfield-Jackson operates as itself, but Georgia has 105 airports around the state. You might not knew that big number, but we do. We put $50 million into taking care of resurfacing roads. Nobody who likes hitting potholes, nobody. So we got to continue to maintain our roads. $593 million of that went to basically expedite our project pipeline of projects because as we have to work in a constrained budget, just like we all do at our households. And if you have projects that cost more than your budget, you have to push them to another year. So now we're going to be moving projects back in and getting projects done a lot sooner than later. And it's very important to see that happening. And also $500 million, or I like to say $500 million, that sounds better, right? $500 million for Georgia freight program. As I talked about freight and freight tonnage doubling over the next 26 years, we've got to start working on updating corridors so that we can keep ordering from Amazon or wherever and getting it when we want it, because that's not changing anytime soon. So I'll remind you that of a very important data point, because this whole conference is about opportunity. And the important data point is we did a study commissioned through UGA, or actually UGA did the study we commissioned, looking back at $1 of transportation investment. So one direct dollar of transportation investment yielded basically a return of $1 outside of that direct investment. So basically you take $1 of transportation investment, it creates another $1 in the economy. And we found that 90 cents of the dollar stays within Georgia. Now I'd like 100% of that to stay in Georgia, but you know, we do have border towns, right? And you know, people move across state lines. But so that's a very good investment because it has direct benefit to many, not just the contractors or material suppliers, but all the vendors and you know people that support all the things that need to be done, which means we've got a lot of workforce need in all disciplines going forward. I'm so proud of Kimberly King. Where did Kimberly go? She left. Oh no, you're still there. You're still there. Thank you. I thought I scared you, Kimberly. I'm so proud of what she does as our director of EEO, and thank her for being here this morning for the panel. Kimberly and her team have done an amazing job and amazing work in creating supportive services for small veteran-owned and minority-owned businesses, both at the federal and state level. You know, federal sort of requires it. State DOTs, we have to do that. But we also do it at the state level, which is not required federally, but it's just doing the right thing. We know let me ask you this. Who knows that we have a state supported services office in Decatur, not too far from here? There's a few hands. That means all of you do this. You can pick up your phones. It's fine. We are a hands-free state, but you can pick them up right now. All right. Just Google GDOT, State Supportive Services. And that's going to carry you to a web page. And I want you to flag that, and I want you to share that with your friends. But okay, so Georgia, you can just Google GDOT, State Supportive Services. Did that pop up? Okay. All right. Y'all got it? Very important. Kimberly and her team do so much good work of working with small business, veteran-owned, minority-owned, women-owned businesses to help support them in their pursuits and doing all kind of things. And I'm not going to see Kimberly later, do all kind of things to link people up, train, educate, even provide office space. Hot day like today, you can go have a meeting in our office in the conference room. You can work through all that to provide access and educational opportunities and linking. We do a lot of linking and speed dating, as I call it. That's probably not the right thing to call it, but we're trying to help everybody. So please take advantage of this opportunity. It's like the old Jerry Maguire movie, Help Me Help You, right? This is a great opportunity that you can take advantage of, and we want to help you take advantage of those opportunities that present themselves. And we do all this on the state side. Unfortunately, federal government makes you sort of bifurcate. Here's your federal DBE work, and then they don't really look at anything else. I wish they would, because it all matters. Just let me speak a little bit about that. I don't know if Kimberly mentioned, we have a DBE goal for our program of 15%. And when I say that, that's mainly you think about construction and things like that, but it also applies to professional services, accounting, even janitorial, any type of business that you can get a DBE certification for. We're trying to expand the opportunity for everybody to engage on these projects. And we want a big tent. We want everybody in the tent. So let me just give you where we are. Last December, and Stacy, you're getting a board briefing before all other 13 members. I know, is that okay? Okay, so don't tell anybody, all right? So at the end of December last year, we look at where we are. We slightly over 15. We're just at 15.2%. Now, I remember somebody saying, 100% of a penny is what? A penny. Have you ever have 10% of like $1 million or 100% of a penny? I'd rather have 10% of $1 million, right? So anyway, what did that translate into? It translated into $143 million of work for DBEs, which is good. Never enough, but also very important out of that, 51 million was not for subcontract opportunities, but for prime opportunities where the DBEs actually won the work as the prime. So that's what we want. And that was a record, right, Kimberly? Kimberly's talking. Kimberly would nod her head. That was a record. So we just finished our reporting, and this is where Stacy gets to preview for as of end of last month. So we looked at 6 months, so we got to get through the end of June. But on June 1, we were almost at 16% achievement at $158.6 million. So think about that. We were just in a little bit of a percent from 15.2 to right at 16. That was, let me do my math. That's another $16 million of work for small business. So very good. And then another $50 million of awards to DBs as prime. So we're continuing to hit that $50+ million as prime. So that's very important. Now that's the federal look. Again, we don't get any credit for the state part of the work we do. And looking back for last year, basically $90 million of DBE work on our state program. So you total all that up for about the year, we're close to $400 million of DBE work across the state, and that's across the state. Now well, thank Thank you. But as I tell Kimberly, and she knows this, is, we were never satisfied. We have to continue to work. We've got to continue to engage, because those things I just told you about our future, of how things are growing and the things that we have to do, are really big. And I want to go back to those really big projects, because whether these P3 projects, again, where private sector is bringing money to the table, that's the money that we're bidding it, but it's not money that's going out the door, but we attach goals on it. But what that's going to mean is extra billions of dollars a year that will have DBE goals attached to it on those just three or four projects. And this is not for 1 or 2 years. This is like a decade plus. So we're not seeing something where, and this is one of those things about the bipartisan infrastructure law, you don't want something to do like this and then fall off the backside. We've got to have work that continues to go, and maybe it plateaus and continues to rise a little bit. And that's what some of this big P3 work will be doing. So whether companies direct engage, when I say direct engage, again, that can be accounting services, janitorial services, food services, you name it. Anything to support that project counts as participation. Whether you're directly involved or not, if you're not directly involved on those jobs, for everybody that's working on those jobs, just created other opportunity on sort of what we call our base program. So like I said, it's a large tent that we need, and we need workforce, and we need companies working on this, because this is stretching our capacity as Georgia. And that is a concern about stretching capacity. But I believe the market reacts, right? If we have a sustainable, good market in transportation infrastructure, the market will react and respond in a positive way. And we're going to make sure that's done fairly and equitably as we go forward. So Kimberly does a great job working, and her team working to set the goals, set our program goals, and look forward. But as I said, I'm committed that we continue to work forward together to make sure that we're doing all we can to include everybody and give as many opportunities as we can to everybody. So I really appreciate my time with you for what you have done as Urban League of Greater Atlanta. This was a really robust agenda. And the best thing I can do is answer any of your questions. And I don't want you to leave without a question being asked or answered. If you got easy questions, they're a lot easier to answer. But if you have hard questions, I'll take those too. So if we have time, I'm glad to open it up.
I say thank you, because one of the things that I think will help all of us is understanding
the big picture. And you did an incredible job of laying out Georgia DOT's plan, your strategy, where the opportunities are. And one of the things that came out in one of the prior panels was getting ahead so you can be prepared. Because doing business with the government, you have to be ready. And for firms that are new, that maybe have expertise in the private side, for them to get ready to do business on the public side, there is a transition that has to take place. And so I just want to say, since we do have a question to the right, but thank you very much for your remarks. They were just what we needed and what we appreciate you bringing.
Well, thank you, Nancy. And it really is important to sort of think big picture, but those connections. I mean, and then what you guys are doing here to make these connections is we walked in, everybody's mingling, right? It's like that's the payoff. That's where you get to know people and you swap cards, and then something happens from that. And I know that's what we want to embrace. That's why our supportive services role is so important, is just making those connections, because you never know. It's like, hey, have you looked at this opportunity or that opportunity, or we can help with whatever. And that's what it's all about. And I think I said this, I've been talking a lot the last couple of days at conferences, but we're all in this together. And that's the way we look at it. And we have to be successful together. And that's just my philosophy, that we have to work together to be successful. Georgia, it's amazing when we talk to other states. Well, I think we take for granted what a great state we have and a lot of good things. Listen, we got plenty of challenges. but working together works, as the saying goes, and that's what we're about. And we have a
And
lot of
that's
good
all we
leadership
ask.
sitting at
Thank
that
you so
table right
much.
there. Yes,
Question over here.
Good afternoon. I have a question that relates to speed rail that connects Columbus, Georgia, Fort Benning, Macon, Savannah, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think I heard that you had that on the list.
Yep.
There's a rumor that it's coming, so I'd just like to know if that's in the plans.
Okay, you can hear it right from the horse. You decide what end of the horse you're hearing it from, okay? And as Nancy was talking, I was like, I forgot to talk about high-speed rail. So thank you for that question. So there is work going on to look at Atlanta to Savannah currently. And so we have a process, and Senator Ossoff provided a little over $8 million from congressionally directed spending to GDOT, and we put state match dollars with that to basically start the study to look at passenger rail from Atlanta to Savannah. Now, I'm not saying Atlanta to Macon to Savannah, because we're having to do a big analysis, and this analysis, unfortunately, will take about 3 years, because we have to do an environmental analysis. We have to do basically a business plan to develop what is the cost, what are the operations, who's riding, how much do they ride, what frequency. So there's a whole journey that we're starting on, but we are getting started. And the old saying of a journey of 1,000 miles, it takes the first step, right? So we're getting those steps underway. Now, previously, we had done analysis and actually went through an environmental process required federally from Atlanta to Charlotte to North Carolina. And so we've come up with a preferred route. That project, I think, was right around, I'm giving you a ballpark, somewhere between $5 and $10 billion to build, okay? And most of it was building new tracks. Most people think, well, you can just put a train on a passenger train on freight rail. Doesn't work. Freight rail is too rough. Curves are not such. And the other thing people think, well, just put it down the interstates. Well, the interstates are too hilly and too curvy for rail. So we're doing that study, Atlanta, Savannah. We've done Atlanta to Charlotte. And several years ago, we did Atlanta to Chattanooga. So the Amtrak and the Federal Rail Administration, we actually met with those people just a few weeks ago here in Atlanta to look at those opportunities. And so we're continuing to explore those. Russell's opinion is we will need passenger rail, but it's not going to be in the next 5 or 10 years. It's probably more in that 2050 timeframe. And great work out of Georgia Tech. The Charlotte-Atlanta region is going to grow together by that timeframe. And so it's going to be a mega region. And this is Russell's opinion. Metro Atlanta by 2050 is going to be more like LA, California than you'd like to believe as it relates to traffic by then. It won't be LA like it is today, but it will be a lot different because, again, 2 million people population, continued growth, development, density. So that makes passenger rail more, that makes a better opportunity for it. And then there's two other things, just one other last thing. Intercity passenger rail is just that. So it's city to city. Commuter rail is something very different. And so commuter rail works very good in the Northeast, New York, New Jersey, where you got so much population and you go from stop to stop to stop, sort of like the MARTA train does. You can't have, they're two different things. And people will say, well, I'd like to stop at Macon. I'd like to stop in Griffin, and I want to stop somewhere else on my way to Savannah. Well, you can't, it's really more end to end with maybe one stop in between. So we're studying it, getting underway. It is part of our future, but the truth is, Georgia will have to decide that they want to fund the operations. Federal dollars will provide building the track and do all those kind of things. They'll provide buying a train, but it takes local dollars to basically run it. And when you do that, you have to demonstrate that you have the money to run it for 20 years.
Wow.
And so, and I will say this too, you gave me the microphone. So we need to get Congress to say that they should fund the operations of intercity passenger rail. And that's how it works in other countries. Where you see high-speed rail in Europe, the federal government funds it. That's the way it works. So we need to get Congress
Thank you
in.
for that. That was an excellent question. Commissioner, everybody give him a round of applause. We really appreciate you. We want to take one quick photo, and then if our next panel could line up, we'd appreciate it. And we did have two people who had questions, but I suggested they walk you out. Just because we have to stay on target. Yeah, one picture.
Oh, you are?
Yes, we are.
Fantastic. I'll look out for it.
I'm gonna bring up.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you all so much. Listen, one more round of applause for Commissioner Russell McMurray. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask our next group of panelists to come up, and our moderator. Our next panel will come up, please. Tracy Mosley. Thank you, Commissioner McMurray. We eagerly look forward to working with you and GDOT to ensure that our state benefits from the talent of a diverse cross-section of entrepreneurs and workforce. We now invite our next moderator and panelists to take their seats for a session entitled Chips for Chips, the Power of Collaboration and Public-Private Partnerships. The City of Columbus leading the way, a case study in action. You'll hear about a semiconductor company in the state, Chattahoochee Hub for innovation and production of semiconductors that is expected to generate jobs in the Chattahoochee Valley, the City of Columbus, and Atlanta. And I am proud to introduce my friend Tracy Mosley, who will serve as moderator. Tracy Mosley serves as president of the Urban League of the River Valley. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend Tracy Mosley.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. So this is very exciting. I want to first of all just thank John and Nancy Flake Johnson for having the wherewithal and the foresight to bring something like this together. This is huge, not only for the local community, but for our state. And so we're going to have a conversation about something you've heard over a few times over the last couple of days about the CHIPS Act, about the money that has come down from the Biden administration and what is happening with that CHIPS Act and some of the things that's going on here in Georgia. I guess you could call this a case study, but it's more of a case study in action because it's in progress. So I first want to introduce our two guests, General Andy Helms, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves because both of them have a very interesting perspective and interesting experience that brought them up to today, and we'll talk about that. And then also with George White from Georgia Tech. General Helms, I call him General Helms. He's a retired general, but General Helms, I'm gonna have you explain a little bit about what brought you to this point now.
Hey, so good afternoon, everybody. It's really an honor to be here, but I'm Andy Helms. And as Tracy mentioned, I recently retired from the U.S. Army, 27 years of service. 16 months ago, actually, retired as a brigadier general. Thank you. But as I left the service, you know, my number one goal as I transitioned to civilian life was to continue to serve my community. My family found a wonderful home in Columbus. And we moved there originally in 2010. I continued to serve. A lot of the service took me away, but it was such a great community. It was so welcoming to my family, to my children, that we knew when that day came when I was going to hang up the uniform that we want to stay in Columbus. So staying in Columbus was the easy part. But as I looked at, hey, how do I want to serve my community? Columbus has a 20% poverty rate. We have a population of just over 200,000. The population is somewhat stagnated. We haven't seen a lot of growth over time. And if you're familiar with Columbus, it's historically been a textile manufacturing town. And so when that industry, you know, began to leave the United States in the late 70s, Columbus has done okay. It hasn't grown, I think, like a lot of people would like to have seen it. And it just so happened as I was retiring, the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act was announced, and we see it as a wonderful opportunity to perhaps bring some advanced manufacturing into our metropolitan area and to really begin to attack that poverty issue that we have. And so in late 2022, we established the Chips for Chips Consortium, which is a group of, right now, we have over 50 different nonprofits, academic institutions, and companies that participated in, and about 250 community leaders. But our goal is to attract the semiconductor industry to the Columbus, Georgia area. We're a bipartisan, bi-state coalition, and we really want to get after that poverty issue. So hopefully I'll be able to illuminate for you today a little bit of the work that's going on, who we partnered with, and what we've accomplished so far. And again, very excited to be with you.
Thanks so much. George White from Georgia Tech. And I also want to mention, so Andy, what he did mention is that he, as he went into retirement, he went right into a position as Executive Vice President of our United Way of the Chattahoochee Valley. Thank you. So George, tell us a little bit. George is local here at Georgia Tech. And, you know, when I got involved in this effort, everyone kept telling me, well, you need to go talk to the chip czar. And I said, who's the chip czar? And so they said, George White. So I ventured over to Columbus Tech with the rest of the team. And George, tell us a little bit about what brought you to this point.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. And yes, it is indeed a pleasure to be here. So when Tracy presented the opportunity for me to come and address and sit on the panel, I said, absolutely. So I've been an industry veteran in the microelectronics sector for about 32 years. So I started my career at IBM in advanced packaging, worked with Motorola as it relates to the cell phone, the wireless industry, had my own company that did RF modules and the like. I should have started that I am a proud graduate of Hampton University. And so the other HU, right? Okay. And did my PhD work at University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign, again, focusing on semiconductors. And so when the Chips and Science Act was initiated, when President Biden signed that into law, $279 billion. The people in this industry were just overly elated. I mean, we were excited. This was something that was a long time coming. As you guys know, that a lot of this semiconductor technologies and advanced packaging, for the most part, was offshore, right? And we lost a lot. We became economically dependent, defense related. We were dependent on foreign on these foreign companies. And then when China started making their move, now it's a foreign adversary. So we cannot rely on the international community to supply the critical needs that empower, that enable all the things that you have in front of you, your devices and the like. Also, the commissioner talked about EVs, right? He talked about how big that is. Well, guess what? 3,000 semiconductors go into EVs. Without semiconductors, you don't have EVs. Okay, so EVs, electronics, telecommunications, they're all powered by semiconductors. So I'm here to answer any questions that Tracy may have. The other thing that I'll leave with, before we get into the Q&A with the moderator, is that I am the founder of the HBCU CHIPS Network. All right, that is 28 schools so far, including historically Black community colleges. So we wanted to make sure that we had the outreach to them. We had a big meeting at the Department of Commerce that Tracy had attended and supported, and we'll certainly talk a little bit more about that. But we want to make sure that the HBCUs get their fair share as it relates to the CHIPS and Science Act.
Thank you, thank you. So General Hams, to kick this off, tell us about what was it about, what's going on, and United Way is leading the way in this effort to reduce poverty, right? So, in order to reduce poverty, what do we have to do? Increase income of our people in our community. So, General Hams, tell us a little bit about the effort that United Way has taken on in order to make this happen.
So no surprise. I mean, our research shows that the best way to lift a community out of poverty is to bring good, high-paying jobs to that community. And so the United Way has really focused, and there's a regional plan for the Columbus area. It was first launched in 2016 actually, called Columbus 2025. And the United Way has taken on the responsibility for reducing poverty in our community by 50% over the next 10 years, which is a pretty tall order. But we think when it comes to growing our economy, to attract in new investment, bringing new companies in, it's really got to be an all hands effort. And the United Way is particularly well postured because it's been established in the area for so long. It's very well connected to all the other nonprofits. It's a leader. And so we've really worked hard on growing our coalition and bringing in the right community leaders and the right businesses, the right institutions to help us with this plan to attract new investment and new jobs. The centerpiece right now is the Economic Development Administration's Recompete Pilot Program. And I'm proud to say Columbus was selected this past winter as a finalist in this nationwide program, but this is a workforce development, employment readiness program, and it's designed for distressed communities that have a high percentage of people that are in the prime age employment demographic that are not working. And right now within Columbus, we sit at about 70% workforce participation for that prime age demographic. So that's not necessarily a good news story. That's people between 25 and 54 years of age who either cannot find work or choose not to participate in the workforce. And so over the last 9 months, we've participated in this competition. And I'm proud, again, 600 competitors, initially 600 communities across the nation that competed in it. Right now, we're one of 22 finalists. We're waiting to find out in August if we'll be one of the 4 to 8 winners, potentially $50 million at stake. But if we're successful, and we will be, I've ordered our group to be successful. Right. We really want to use that infusion of money to really get after that demographic that's not working. And there's a lot of challenges there. We know our analysis tells us that transportation and childcare are the 2 biggest barriers to employment within our community. So our plan includes stipends to help people get back into the workforce, to get the training they need And again, this is where the United Way comes in handy with that network of nonprofits and partners. But the hardest part, I think, and I'll bet you you're going to have some questions on this, is how do we get in to make sure that we're getting into the right communities? How do we get access to those people who may not have the right amount of trust in programs like this, or may not even know about it, right? Because information is everything. And so we're looking really hard at that right now. But again, we're hoping to do some big things here in the fall when the winners are announced.
Thank you. Thank you. So George, educate us a little bit on, you hear about chips and you just threw out a number about how many chips are in an EV. Educate us a little bit about what chips really is and what a semiconductor really is, because I'm not sure it's totally clear to most.
Okay, yeah, I'm back on campus now. All right, so no, so semiconductors are basically, it's basically a switch, right? It goes on and off, on and off, on and off, on and off, on and off. And so the faster you can switch things, okay, the faster your transistor, will work to actually do the things that you need to have it do on your phones and your computers and the like. And so, so the semiconductors, it's something that was invented long time ago by a gentleman named William Shockley, right? To use kind of like what we call like leads, right? So they're leads, and you take the leads. I don't know if you've seen like an old sort of, and then I'm getting technical, plated through hole sort of component with two wires on the end of it. And you solder those to a circuit board. Well, we've since evolved now where these that's what we call nodes, or the most advanced semiconductors are at 1 nanometer, 2 nanometers. All right. And so these things are built in very, very ultra clean environments. The environments that these semiconductors are built in are cleaner than the air that you're breathing right now. All right. And so when we talk about a class 1 sort of clean room, right, that's like less than 1 particle, right, per cubic centimeter. That's controlled humidity environment, controlled temperature environment. So the semiconductors is really, it's simple, in its definition, but it's very, very complex in how you make these things. And so the equipment that's needed to make it is ultra expensive. All right. A fab today will probably run you about $20 billion. $10 to $20 billion to build one fab. But the good news, is salary, right, for the advanced packaging. It's not the cartons and things like that are out there, but it's electronic packaging. I tend to say that, the semiconductor is kind of like the brain, right? And then the package is the body that protects it. And so there's opportunities there as well. We think Georgia has a bright future, as it relates to not only semiconductors, but also advanced packaging. So in short, the semiconductor is pretty much just a bunch of switches, right, that are operating, simultaneously and doing things, at speeds that you could never imagine, right? And so these things are running at speed almost close to the speed of light. So it's an exciting area, and so we need more. We need more people into this area.
Great, thank you. So General Helms, jobs, okay, we're talking workforce. Of everything that we're trying to do in the Chattahoochee region, how are jobs going to be created through this industry?
So George did a really good job of explaining a really complicated topic, right? And I think when we think semiconductors, microchips, you think about what would it take to have a facility like that in your community. I think most of us, and I certainly felt this way when I first looked at this possibility. I thought, man, everybody in a fab probably has to have like a PhD in electrical engineering. I mean, they're going to have to, have a master's degree in some form of microelectronics. And as we kind of benchmarked other communities and talked to institutions around the nation that support this field, what we realized is it's not that at all. In an average facility like George described, over 50% of the workers, the highest level of education is typically an associate's degree. And there's a concentration, a certificate of training that's often required or favored upon that most of our technical colleges have. And that's typically in programs like industrial maintenance. Some colleges call them industrial maintenance. Other community colleges or technical colleges call them mechatronics, which is a heavy word, but these are really good courses that we already have here in our communities. So we were really excited to see that. And as we looked at our community, and we're fortunate to have two different technical colleges, they have these programs now. And these programs already feed advanced manufacturing, and they feed the electrical vehicle plants that we have here in our state. And so that's the beauty of this. And this is when the light bulb really clicked off in my head of like, oh my gosh, Columbus is actually a really good fit for this because we already have these foundational courses. We have the pipeline that it already exists. So we can do this. The other things that the industry requires, typically fabrication facilities require a lot of water typically. And in Columbus, we have a very good water situation. We are well below our permitted, amount of water that we draw. So we have that capacity. Obviously, you need land, developable land. Georgia as a state is in pretty good shape on that. So we saw all these indicators, and then you need the workforce. And in Columbus, again, second largest city in the state, we have over 200,000 people. We have this veteran pipeline that comes out of Fort Moore, formerly known as Fort Benning. But right now, about 2,300 soldiers and their families leave the service from Fort Moore every year. They like it here. About 40% choose to stay in our area. Georgia is the third most popular state for soldiers to settle in when they leave the service. Like, they're finding out why we like it here, right?
Right.
And so they're staying. But we thought, hey, that veteran workforce, typically has formal leadership training. They have the occupational skills that they learn in the military. They're dependable. They're inculcated with the Army values. That is a really, really important part of this workforce that we really want to connect to the industry.
As you were doing benchmarking, I know that equity is very important in this industry for the companies that we're trying to attract to the Columbus community. Tell us a little bit about equity, as well as George, as well. You can pipe in as well, as far as where does equity fall in to this whole industry?
So our metropolitan area is interesting. And if you know much about Columbus, I mean, Columbus is a pretty populous city. It clearly has urban, portions of the city. Our sister city across the river, Phoenix City, definitely has an urban feel to it. But then we have, large swaths of land in the surrounding counties that are fairly rural. And so as we've built this workforce development program, equity to me means ensuring access. Right. And there's different solutions to different parts of the community. And as I kind of mentioned earlier, we know within Columbus, there are certain zip codes that we Army term, we have to penetrate into those zip codes. And that means we've got to partner with those trusted leaders that people there look up to and will respond to. And quite frankly, we have to deliver these programs that we're trying to promote with our Recompete program. We have to deliver those programs in those neighborhoods because, we have a wonderful technical college that's more or less in the center of Columbus. Some of the communities that we're trying to get into are less than 2 miles from that facility. But I know right now the people that live in those communities will not go to that campus, at least not initially. And so one of the things we've baked into our plan is a mobile advanced manufacturing laboratory that we can actually project into different parts of the city, different parts of the metropolitan area, and we can deliver the training within these neighborhoods. And we've got some wonderful nonprofit partners too, who are really well respected in the communities that they work in. And they have workforce development centers that they've created on their own. And that's why we've made them preferred partners in the program, because again, they're already known quantities, known agents that the people there trust. So I appreciate the question because it's a really big piece of this.
No, it's a big deal. Just a couple facts here. So right now, I think probably 11% of the semiconductors in the world are made here in the US. Right. About 43% of that is made in Asia. And so with the whole reshoring effort to bring back manufacturing of semiconductors to the US, we need 100,000 new workers annually to meet the 2030 goals that have been set forth. And so if you look at the complementary programs that we have today, right, we have less than that are in all, around the US in terms of all the schools, whether that's in 2-year programs, 4-year programs, graduate programs. So we got some work to do. And so really what's happening when I look at those statistics, right, I'm like, well, maybe they may be undercounting a little bit. And when I say that, I don't think that they count a lot of the minority community. Right. And we call it the missing millions. There's actually a term for this. And so I was just selected to serve on the Industry Advisory Council Working Group for Education and Workforce Development out of the Department of Commerce. And so these are the sort of things that we're trying to bring to bear. And I think I was selected because of the HBCU CHIPS Network, right, to try to address the diversity issue. Because like I said, I've been in this business for over 30 years, and there's not a whole lot of folks that look like you that are sitting, in the audience there that are part of the microelectronics industry. So I applaud Chattahoochee Valley and all the others who are working to try to rectify that. So it's a great opportunity, right, to go and address that. Again, just the 6 figures, that should be a real, I would say, carrot, right, to go after some of these opportunities. All right. And then the other part of this is that, we have a very, very, I would say, skilled workforce here in Georgia. And so the more that we can upskill, the more that we can retrain, we're going to be a beacon in terms of attracting companies, here, not only the Chattahoochee Valley, but also to the state of Georgia. And so, Tracy, just kind of going back to what you had asked about the semiconductors, I want to pass something around because some of you guys may never seen one of these, but this is a 300 millimeter wafer, right? This is what it's all about. These are the ICs that are built. That wafer right now is a scrap piece of, came off the line. It's what we call scrap. But that wafer right now, that's worth $10,000. Okay. And so when you start looking at,
Keep an eye on that wafer.
yeah. So if you actually built that out, yes. So that's what a 300 millimeter wafer is all about. That's what the semiconductor is all about. That's what we're striving to build here, here in the state of Georgia.
It is, it's remarkable. General Helms, one of the things I found when we helped join forces at the Urban League with United Way and many others is the amount of collaboration that's needed. I really want to get the point across that no one can do this alone. If you think you're just going to go and as a sole proprietor and apply for a grant or apply for funding, it just doesn't happen that way. Tell us a little about the level of collaboration that we all put together in the Columbus region to include Georgia Tech to help make this possible thus far.
Yeah, it's a textbook case of connections. And every time you connect, with a different person or a different organization, that leads to even more connections. But it's been really fulfilling, I think, for all of us. I guess to brag on our chips czar. But George has been wonderful. We have a startup tech company that's coming to Columbus later this year. They're called Micromise. MIT PhD was kind of incubating his company at Georgia Tech. And then through our partnership with Georgia Tech, he said, hey, you might want to look at Columbus. They're getting something going here. They're creating a tech friendly, startup ecosystem. And so Micromise will call Columbus home later this year, initially hire about 25 employees. And we want to grow that. But I mean, our academic network, I mean, we have an unprecedented level of cooperation right now. We've got our K through 12 superintendents, multiple districts on both sides of the river in Alabama and Georgia are now routinely meeting. And you got, Georgia Tech at the table, you got Columbus State University, you got Troy University, we got Tuskegee University participating, Columbus Tech. I mean, it's when you see all these superintendents and school presidents sitting at the same conference table, it's just taken off. And as an example of what that, can accomplish, last summer, we operated our first CHIPS camp, and we had middle schoolers from again, both sides of the river, learning all about semiconductors. They got to go up to Georgia Tech and they got wonderful instruction up there, got to see a clean room and what that's all about. And we're going to, wash, rinse, repeat, grow it this summer. But again, we've got all of our local business leaders, from some of our larger companies to small startups participating. And of course, our governmental leaders, both the cities of Columbus, the cities of Phoenix City, as well as our surrounding rural counties are all bought in. And then Fort Moore, turns out Fort Moore, home to the Maneuver Center of Excellence, but they are the Army's proponent for robotics. And they have to determine what is the Army's robotic, requirements.
That's for the entire U.S. Army, right?
To win the next war, over the next 50 years, what will the Army need in terms of robotics? Well, they figured that out at Fort Moore. Robotics is also another fancy word for saying advanced manufacturing, which is all, it's all the same industry, really. It's all underpinned by the same foundational courses and training. So again, it's amazing every time you make a new connection, what that connection brings you.
And as we go, be thinking of any questions you may have. We've got a couple of mics here. So we're going to keep talking. And if you have a question, just get up and stand at the mic, and we'll be careful to address it as best we can. Where are we now and where are we going? Like we did a good job of talking about what brought us there thus far. Where do we go from here as far as, we're right on the edge of hopefully winning a recompete funding and going past that. So where are we?
So if the recompete grant is awarded, that would be major. All right. And so when Tracy talked about where do we go from here, I mean, we keep striving, we keep moving. I mean, we keep applying for grants. We keep lobbying the state to do what they have to do to help bring companies here. I mean, believe me, companies want to come to Georgia. All right. And so, with the proper incentivization packages and the like, Andy talked about all the resources that are necessary, the utilities that are necessary, the workforce that is necessary. All those, we check all those boxes. And so really, we can, there are going to be more and more of these opportunities for us to go after. And we're actually doing that. So I've been in throngs of a few more proposals, right? One is a $300 million one for what we call the National Advanced Packaging Manufacturing Program. And then there'll be this thing called the Manufacturing USA Institute. So there are a number of opportunities that are out there that are afforded by the CHIPS and Science Act. Our goal is to continue to curate these sort of partnerships, with Chattahoochee Valley, C4C, with GPTC. I mean, GPTC is in the mix, as it relates to, being out on front, with the semiconductor workforce and training and the like. And so the more we can facilitate those sort of collaborations, the more that you guys are educated relative to, what semiconductors are all about and that this is a really, really true and viable pathway, I think we'll be successful. And so I'm hoping, we starting out with Micromines, in the Chattahoochee Valley. I'm hoping that we can end with Intel. Okay. And so, get them to come here as well. So, the future's bright, and I think if we keep this on the radar screen, and keep our, nose to the grindstone, I think we'll be okay. So that's where I kind of see it. And then I guess I should mention the K through 12. So if any of you all that are involved relative to K through 12, there are programs that are out there that we really need your help. I cited the $100,000 of worker shortage. If the kids don't know, right, at this early age about semiconductors, chances are they're going to go with what they know, right? And so everybody knows Amazon, knows Facebook, blah, 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 right? But we need to the kids need to understand, there are viable pathways, for a very, very secure future in the microelectronics industry.
Awesome. You got one question
one
right here?
quickly.
Yes.
This one's to the good doctor, Dr. George. As you well know, the federal government has an initiative for HBCUs in terms of contracting initiatives. So I wear two hats. I am an entrepreneur, and part of my business model is to provide business development services, consulting services. My question is, how can the small businesses that are in here, one, there are those that are looking to enter the federal space and those who are already currently in for the company I represent. How can we partner with you with this HBC initiative in terms of the CHIPS Act? Because we can work well together as far as creating a win-win, capturing those federal funds, but yet helping the small business owner grow.
Yeah, that's a great question, and certainly would love to get your information, such that we can, facilitate some introductions and the like. Just as an aside, right, when you look at an HBCU and you look at the Office of Sponsored Programs, which typically does the contracting, a lot of times they may have like 1, 2, or 3 people. Only the real large R2s, research 2 universities like a Howard, like a FAMU and the like may have resources, to do the contract and the like. So that's a big bottleneck because you have to be able to execute pre and post awards. And so there's a lot of money that's being left on the table because people cannot, accommodate it.
Well, I see we've got Miss Maxine. I think you were next to the mic. But we are running a little behind. So I'm going to ask the 2 ladies that were following, if you would follow our panel as they exit, talk to them one-to-one to get your answers. I would love to take every question, but I have to be respectful of our panelists. So position yourself now, young lady. Don't go back to your seat. Come up here. So you can talk to them. I didn't mean that just saying it.
Okay.
Talk to them.
Yeah, yeah.
And Maxine, you got the
One
last
question
one.
now, like a final shot from each of these, just a final.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Any
Go
takeaways?
ahead.
Thank you. This question is for Dr. White. Hi, my name is Dr. Maxine Kane. I'm the founder and president of STEM Atlanta Women here in Atlanta. And most recently, I was in Boston at the IEEE conference, and I met one of the doctors in the semiconductor industry at UC Berkeley, and she won a Medal of Honor. And she reached out to us here in Atlanta because she wanted to partner with us for doing cohorts with semiconductors as well as workforce development and helping some of our underserved communities understand how they can scale. So I was really delighted to see that you're here because I'm like, why would I partner with UC Berkeley when I have Georgia Tech right here in Atlanta? Amen. So I'm excited.
And are right here in front.
Right. So I was like, oh my goodness. So no disrespect to UC Berkeley, but I would love to talk to you more about how we can partner here in Atlanta with our K through 12 students, as well as our early career professionals.
Yeah, I would love that. I mean, just the FYI, there's going to be a big announcement, I shouldn't be saying it, but there's going to be a big competition as it relates to education and workforce development. And so we're talking millions, and we need to capture that. So
Well, Urban League wants to partner in Atlanta too. So
Absolutely.
keep us in mind. We're gonna get with you
Absolutely.
too. All right, so we're gonna let Tracy close out our panel with one final recommendation.
Yes. Dr. White, a final word on this industry.
we need your support. So I'm willing to talk to anyone and everyone that's willing to be a part of this. We need all hands on deck, and I'm quoting the Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo, on that. So,
General Helms, a final word.
So two things. One, I think George has been very modest in that Georgia Tech is a world-renowned institution when it comes to microelectronics, semiconductors, and in particularly advanced packaging. And so, I mean, we are extremely lucky to have that caliber of a university, that caliber of a research institution right here in our front yard. And so I say that because I think we can expect to see growth in this industry here in our area. You know, that make no mistake that the reason we have this CHIPS Act, it is a national security issue. You know, when he talked about the fact that so much of this industry, the world's most advanced microchips are all manufactured overseas. Those are the microchips going into our AI systems, into our satellites, our space systems, you know, F-35 fighter jets. Like, we need that onshore. So this is a national security issue. It's not a nice to have. This has to happen. But when you have a facility like Georgia Tech here, some of this is going to come here. So we need to acknowledge that. And then the question about, well, what can we do now? I think a no-brainer to me is we really need to encourage our young people to get into experiential learning programs and look at our high school CTE programs. I am astounded at the quality of these programs. And we have young men and women in Columbus who are participating in these programs that are graduating high school and going right into very high paying jobs, extremely high paying jobs. But a lot of them are actually discouraged, I find, by their counselors from doing so, because I think we've been conditioned to thinking, hey, everybody needs to immediately go into a 4-year degree program, must go into a 4-year degree program.
Yes.
That's good advice, but the question is when. And so we have a company in town, Pratt & Whitney, you might have heard of them, right? Pretty big company, our biggest advanced manufacturer. They will pay for those students to go get their bachelor's degree after just a couple of years. And we have students that are already doing that. So they're going to work immediately out of high school. They're drawing an excellent wage. They're getting incredible training. And then in time, they're going and getting that degree when they're ready for it and when the company wants them, needs them to have it. So it's a win-win, but we really need to do more to encourage our kids to take advantage of these programs because they're outstanding.
This has been amazing, hasn't it?
Thank you. Thank you.
Tracy, thank you for bringing this whole project to our attention. Urban League of Greater Atlanta